Jason, you get to be in charge of us today.
Well, from the IT side, yep.
That's an important side these days.
Apparently.
How's it going, Ken?
Not bad, a little busy, trying to read and trying to get some context to everything. It's quite busy.
That was a big package.
Guys, I'll just get you as a reminder, this is currently live streaming on YouTube. So I'll get you to just mute your mics and your cameras for the time being.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I see I got Jackie, I got Natalie. Ken just popped on. Hold on.
Mayor Herron, Kevin,
Oh,
Jackie and Sheena, we can't see you. Hi, Ray.
Hi Kathy, I'm here, but I'm not sure why you can't see me because I've got my video off. Like it's not got a stripe through it. So I'm not
Okay,
sure.
go to the stop video in the bottom left corner and
Yeah.
click on the arrow beside it.
Yeah.
and Choose, maybe you've got a different camcorder up.
Microsoft camera front. I've not ever changed these. That's why it's interesting.
Jason, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you help Jackie through this?
Sorry, yeah, I can. Just one sec. I'm trying to
Yeah.
add the rest of the people into the meeting here.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm missing Ray. He was there, now he's gone.
Yeah, he's back in the waiting room. I'm trying to get him back.
Oh, okay. I'll just give you a sec.
Hello.
Tony's cartoon face is gone. It's very sad.
Okay.
There's Ray.
Oh my God, it booted me out and just the audio wouldn't work.
Okay, well, it's perfect now. We're just waiting to get Jackie's video going.
Jackie's on mute.
It doesn't say she's on mute here.
Oh, now she's not. Jackie, I'll just where are you at?
I'm looking at settings right now. There's a couple of different things in video on settings. Mirror my video, touch up my appearance. Good Lord, we all need that. Turn off my video when joining meeting, which is not on. So that should be good. Like I've not really touched anything ever in here. So not sure why my video is not working.
And actually it is, like, looking at the settings here, it looks like you are broadcasting video. It's just coming up black.
Turn on the lights in your house, Jackie.
I'm in the same place that I'm always in.
I say mine, I just went out of the meeting and came back in and it worked.
Well, I've done that. I will try
Oh.
that one more time. I'll exit and rejoin.
Okay,
Shall
go
I-
fast because it's
shall I-
12:02.
I know. Okay, I will.
And Jason, have we started broadcasting live
Yes,
yet?
we're officially streaming.
Okay, all right. I will just let everyone from the public, because I'm sure there's thousands of people watching, know that we're just waiting for Councillor Hanson to log back in.
35, in fact.
Whoa. I see Jackie's back, but still no video. Can you hear us, Jackie?
Do you think there's something wrong with my little Microsoft computer?
That's a good question.
I'm sure we can manage without. I just will be able to see if you want to talk to me, so you'll have to message me somehow, Jackie.
Yeah,
And Councillor Hanson?
in favor.
Thanks, that's unanimous. Presentations, we do have 2 people registered to speak, both on the Blast platform. But because of the new process using Zoom, the website says that they will speak at the time of the agenda. So when we get to 8.3, Al and Tony will address us. Cheryl, are you here? Where is Cheryl? Cheryl, are they in the waiting room?
Yes, they are.
Okay, all right. We'll call on them when we get to Bless. Number 4 would have been probably questions arising from the presentation, so we can still do that when we get to Bless. But I do actually have one announcement. Unfortunately, because of this whole current situation, proclamations are a little bit more difficult. So normally we would have proclaimed today National Volunteer Week. So I'm not going to do a proclamation. I'm just going to mention it, that April 19th to April 25th is National Volunteer Week. So if any resident in St. Albert wants to do what they can under the circumstances to volunteer, maybe at the food bank or driving groceries or something, that would be great. So that is just kind of a bit of a mention. We're on to consent agenda. So consent agenda had a few changes over the weekend too. We added 7.3 and 7.4. This morning, when I had my pre-briefing, I asked if we could add 9.5, which is the transportation system bylaw update. It's just first reading and setting of a public hearing. So that is now on consent. And then Councillor Hughes has pulled off 9.3. So with those changes, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a question before I make
Okay,
that
yep.
motion. Is there a reason why 11.1 is not on the consent agenda?
Which one is 11.1?
Civic and external agency updates.
I have no problem with adding it. Does anyone else mind if we add that? Okay, Cheryl, can you add 11.1?
You bet.
Thank you. Okay, so Wes, do you have that whole list in your head now?
Tamara, I'm sending this to you.
All right, so that the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, the regular council minutes of March 2nd, 2020. Special council minutes of March 13, 2020. Regular council minutes of March 16, 2020. And special council minutes of March 23rd, 2020 be adopted as presented. 7.2, Community and Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee draft minutes and agenda items from April the 14th of 2020. The Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee recommendation policy C-CAO 19 flag display policy amendments. 7.4 CGIS recommendation allocation of additional offsite levy receipts collected under 2019 offsite levy rates. 8.4 time extension request Aaron Ridge North. That's the one you pulled, right, Councillor Hughes?
No, she pulled off.
No, it was 9.3.
9.3.
9.3, sorry, my mistake. So time extension request, Aaron Ridge North, ASP, LUB, redesignation, redistricting, 8.6 pound maker letter, and 11 point something or other.
Actually, Wes, if you open up your chat, it's all there now. Sure, I'll put it in there, but it's 9.5 and 11.1 for the next two.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, 9.5 transportation systems bylaw update and 11.1 civic councillor civic updates.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions before I call for the vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. That is Jackie?
In favor.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Mayor, I'm just going to log off and log right back on again as
Okay.
per IT.
Okay, we can,
Just carry on.
Okay.
Just carry on.
all right. All right, Cheryl will just note that Councillor Hanson exited at 12:11 and log when she gets back in. Okay, so moving on. Adoption of minutes was on consent. And next thing on the agenda is committee business, which is the scope change for the pickleball court development. It says presented by Councillor Mackay.
I'm ready, but I wonder if there's anything from
Maybe-
administration.
Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So I'm here today with Donna Hinchy. She's our acting manager of community recreation, and we are prepared to provide a brief sort of presentation or summary of the report that went to committee, as well as the information in front of you today. If you'd like that, we could start there, or we're prepared to answer questions as well. Would you like a presentation?
Sure, yeah. Sounds good to me.
Okay, Councillor Watkins wants it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll turn you over to Donna, and she'll just provide a brief presentation.
All right.
Thank you, Diane. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. The recommendation that went to the Community Living Standing Committee was that they recommend to council that the budget for project 418308 pickleball court developments be increased by $98,000 funded from the Community Facility Enhancement Grant to install noise abatement screening. That would include the cost of the purchase of the screen and the structural changes to the fence. In 2018, the tarmac and tennis courts at Alpine Park were converted into pickleball courts to meet this growing community need. Administration worked with the St. Albert Pickleball Association, who was successful in receiving a grant in the amount of $125,000 from the province of Alberta. Immediately upon opening, we did see very high usage at the courts, and we did receive complaints from 2 neighbors. Administration met with them in the summer to better understand the nature of those complaints, which was not just general park noise from the playgrounds or soccer fields, but it was actually the intensity and frequency from the impact of the ball with the pickleball racket. Throughout 2019, we worked to take some actions out at the court to mitigate that problem rather. And as well, we did some research into the acoustic paneling product. That brings us forward to today's report. And so the committee recommendation is being brought forward today, along with the additional information on the acoustic panel that was requested by committee members. The additional information provided in response to the committee's questions, as outlined in the report, provides details on the acoustic fence product, including the specifications, the installation, cleaning, storage, noise reduction, user reviews, as well as comments from the RCMP. Throughout the 2019 season, as I mentioned, several measures were introduced to help mitigate the noise. However, with the close proximity to the houses, the noise continues to be an issue. The acoustic fence product was researched and is deemed to be the most effective to mitigate that sound. The attachments show a map of Alpine Park pickleball courts and the proposed location for the acoustic fence installation, as well as the court proximity to the neighbors' houses. A picture of the court with the acoustic fence installed has also been included for your visual reference. Administration's recommendation to the Community Living Standing Committee on February 10th was to recommend to council that the budget for project 418308, the pickleball court developments, be increased by the $98,000 funded from the Community Facility Enhancement Grant Program to install noise abatement screening. The CLSC recommendation is that the capital project scope change pickleball court development be considered by council by the end of March 2020 and include the information sought by the Community Living Standing Committee. The additional information as requested and the original recommendation brought forward to CSLC are before you today for consideration.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you, Donna. All right, I see that Natalie sent me a quick message. She has a question. Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I guess to Mr. Scoble. So back at the beginning of February, the recommendation from administration was to spend this $100,000 and then I guess $2,500 a year for operating. Is that still the recommendation of administration, kind of considering what's happened in the last couple of months?
Yes, that's my understanding. I mean, we left the recommendation as is. We haven't updated it to the, the subsequent COVID event here and some of the challenges we face there. So, yeah. So it's more of just the original recommendation. We didn't change it, recognizing, of course, that we do have COVID impacts at this time now.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
That was, and a follow-up to Councillor Jolly's question. If we applied this project to the same criteria that we have further down in the agenda, would it have been, where would have it landed?
I don't know for sure. I mean, again, the flow chart or the process map that you see in the capital report coming up later is based on COVID. This report and project was pre-COVID, so it probably, if I had to guess, and I don't like to offer an opinion, but it probably wouldn't meet the criteria if you applied that chart. But that chart is specific to COVID. So.
Correct. And the source of the funding, my understanding when this was presented at committee is that it was actually going to be part of the coming out of the funds, the provincial funds, excuse me, that the pickleball club actually got through the grant process. Is that not correct, or is that correct?
I believe that's the case, but I'll defer to Donna or our CFO.
That is correct. Oh, Diane, I'll leave this one to you. Unless you'd like me to speak to it.
You can go ahead and speak to it first and I'll add if I need to.
Okay, so the project, as noted in the timeline that I presented in my speaking notes, the CFEP grant was approved after council had already approved the full project funding. So that full funding from the council approved charter has been spent. So this would spend the rest of the balance of the CFEP funding.
Thank you. Diane, sorry, you had something on.
Yeah, no, she's pretty much has it right. If this expansion of the scope of this wasn't approved, that CFEP, we wouldn't lose that CFEP funding. We would still keep it applied against the original scope of the project. But this allows us to do this additional work really at no additional cost to the city.
So no cost to the city, but could the grant be applied to other future costs related to the actual running and operation of the pickleball courts, or is it specific actually to something to do more with capital?
It would definitely be capital. Yeah.
Okay. But Diane, wouldn't it be fair to say that it offsets what taxpayers were going to pay for that? So although we're using the CFEP grant for pickleball, we save $98,000 of taxpayers' money that we could apply elsewhere.
No, if we approve this scope change, this actually adds an additional $98,000.
No, I'm saying if we don't approve the scope change.
Right, then the CFEP grant would be applied against the original project, and the original pay-as-you-go funding, or however it was originally funded, would be released back.
Right. So it does cost the taxpayers that $98,000.
I guess ultimately, yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a couple of items that are before council today that we could possibly consider changing the scope of expenditures to save a few dollars. And I'm all for efficiencies, but if we were to consider that this was important in the first place, then perhaps we should consider it important. And if we give up this money, paint me a picture where next year we have this money back to the point where we're going to be erecting a sound barrier. So I just don't see that ever happening in the next number of years. So if we don't authorize it today, I would suspect we're sort of putting a pass on the acoustic barrier for a number of years to come. So to me, that's the question that's before council. We either approve it, given that we have the CFIP. We've already expended the money, and this will be paid out of CFIP, or we just say, no, we're not going to erect an acoustic barrier for a number of years to come.
Sorry, Councillor Bartlett, was there, did you need an answer to that question? Like, was that directed at somebody? You're on mute. Sorry.
So yeah, my question to administration would be,
Okay.
if we didn't do this and we reassigned this dollars back to the capital pool, would this achieve the prominence necessary to erect the barrier in 2021, or will this fall down the priority list until the bottom?
I guess I can take that question. So we use the capital projects matrix, right, that council approves annually. So, you know, if this project went back into the pool of potential projects, I guess it would be applied against that, and its ranking would come out relative to other projects. So, yeah, it quite honestly, I don't know that it would make the funding line. With the funding line was very, very high already this year, so it may not make that line in future years.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, I think I saw Councillor Hansen's hand up.
Oh, thank you, Madam.
And then Councillor Jolly after.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To administration, if this were not to proceed today, are there other measures of mitigation for sound barriers that could accommodate, maybe not to the same extent, but limiting hours of early pickleball playing, etc., that we could work with our pickleball club and make some adjustments?
I can take that, I guess. Yes, we have worked with them to mitigate sound at the court by encouraging the use of low noise paddles and balls. And we also could look at possibly reducing the hours of use on the court to perhaps align with the quiet hours of play.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jolly.
Thanks. So I guess I want to get this done with as quickly as possible. Do we, if nobody wants to spend this $100,000 and then $2,500 a year, do we need to make any motion at all? Or I don't know if Mayor Herron or Mr. LaFleur.
Well, I was thinking about that too, Councillor Jolly. I'm looking, so the recommendation is coming out of the Community Living Standing Committee.
No, there's no recommendation coming out of the CSLC. We made no
Oh,
recommendation.
I'd say the end of the March include the information. So they're just, this is just additional information.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, you're right. Sorry. So, Mr. LaFleur, if the chair of the committee puts forward the administrative recommendation, then we can vote it down, vote in favor of it. Or if nobody puts a motion on the floor, does this just go away?
If nobody puts a motion on the floor, this just dies and no money gets spent.
Okay, that's what I figured. I'm looking at all of you. Any more questions? All right. Does anyone want to put the motion on the floor, or do we want to move on? I'm seeing no one in the chat, no hands going up. Councillor Brata, are you itching your nose or putting your hand up?
I'm definitely putting my hand up.
Okay.
I mean, I think we need to debate whether or not we're going to be spending money or not during this COVID time. And so I'll put the recommendation on, and then council can debate it.
Okay, thank you for that.
It might set the stage for follow-on conversations.
Okay, so it's on page 42, and it's the pretty much the administrative recommendation that I think we're looking for.
So I'm looking at page 42, you say?
Oh, sorry, I didn't re-download it, so I don't know if the numbers have changed.
Yeah, no, that's correct,
Okay.
Wes. It's under the administration recommendation that the budget for project number.
Okay. Okay, that the budget for project number 418308 pickleball court development be increased by 98,000, funded from the Community Facility Enhancement Program grant to install noise abatement screening.
Thank you. I'll accept that. Opening comments.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, there's, I recognize we're in the throes of COVID-19, and it's hard for everybody, and the financial pressures are extreme. The easiest thing to do is to not do anything and save every penny, and I appreciate that there's real merit in that. But I also recognize that we still are in the business of running a community. And what if we turn this down, what we're actually saying to the residents of this area and to the pickleball members is that noise is going to be managed in a different way. That means reduced hours of play, and for the residents of the community, they're going to have to put up with the sound. We found a way, or we had developed a way to mitigate the sound, and there's a cost associated with it. The community went out and got a CFIP grant to cover off the cost of this, and so we either continue and build the community that we really want to do, or we say to the community, no, we're not going to put this up, and we won't be putting it up for a number of years. So I just think there's a reality check that we have to do for our people. We can't say to them, we're going to do it in 2021. You only have to wait 1 year, because I'm not sure that would be an honest commitment to our community. If we don't say yes today, we won't be saying yes for a number of years.
Thank you. I see Councillor Jolly wants to enter into debate.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess I wouldn't be supporting this even if we weren't going through this COVID-19 situation, because at the end of the day, this is $100,000 that is being spent based on 2 complaints, literally 2 complaints. The vast majority of the feedback that we've heard from residents is that they are not interested in this kind of a build. They don't want their tax dollars going to this. And you know, that was prior to being in this economic situation. Now that we are facing really difficult decisions, you know, we've already discussed that this would not hit the priority list. So in light of that, they're really, you know, we can't be laying off staff on one side and then spending $100,000 on a piece of equipment that 2 people have asked for in our entire community. I've received a lot of feedback from residents. I know Mayor Heron has received a lot of feedback from residents. I have yet to see one person who's supportive of this project. So I will not be supporting this today. Thank you.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Broadhead, I do really appreciate your comments. And unfortunately, we are in a very difficult time right now, an unprecedented time, which does feed into my decision personally. But I just wonder if, Chloe, can you stop? I just, at this point in time, $100,000 is too much money. I think it's too much money for the panels myself. I mean, I was kind of gobsmacked with the cost at the beginning anyway, but I have talked to some of the pickleball members, and I don't even think that there's 100%. In fact, I know there isn't 100% support for this within the membership. So I just can't support this today, particularly under the circumstances that we face. But truly, I am glad that it came to council for debate.
Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting it today neither. And it's for the reasons of it's a lot of money to spend, and it's only been really 2 people who are complaining about it. And when you look at the diagram, to spend $100,000 to build a shield to impact 2 houses for, I don't know, how many months of the year do they play pickleball? Maybe 4 months of the year. That's the other thing. It's not even year round that this is occurring. It's like 4 or 5 months of the year. I just can't see spending the money. So I'm not going to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Hughes, you want to get in debate?
Thank you. And Councillor Broadhead, thank you for bringing this forward so we can at least have this discussion. The challenge that I have right now is that, yes, it only affects 2 people, but this was done without any community consultation whatsoever. So nobody in the surrounding neighborhoods actually got to have a say on the change in scope and the impact that it was going to happen here. And it was changed from basically unused, dilapidated tennis courts to widely used, very popular pickleball courts that were massively expanded. So that's the challenge that I'm facing right now. I'm looking at just the money expenditure and I'm leaning towards a no. But I also think that we need to recognize the fact that the people who are being impacted never had a say on the dramatic impact that was happening right behind their homes and their ability to actually enjoy their properties that they paid for, because they're hearing this constant, what sounds like a dripping noise or worse, all summer during all waking hours. So I think that if nothing else, this needs to be a learning lesson about how when we start changing the scope of something, which seems to be happening at Aikenstill without public consultation, that we actually recognize that the impact to everybody needs to be recognized, and full disclosure on that, because these people now are it's affecting the enjoyment of their own property, and it's going to be an expensive lesson for them, an expensive lesson for us, really, about the impacts of what's happened here. And it only affects 2 people, but those people never had an option of what happened behind them. So that's the challenge that we have right now. So right now, because of the situation of COVID, I'm leaning towards a no, but I also don't think that we should just be disqualifying and saying that nobody else wanted it because it's not their property. So of course they wouldn't want it, but the people's property who are being affected and who had no say, obviously would like to have it done. That's it.
Anyone else? Councillor Mackay?
Well, I'll weigh in only because I think I mean, initially when this came to committee, you can obviously tell from the information committee members requested that there was a great deal of trepidation, I guess I want to call it, in the sense of approving this, because I mean, certainly there was a lack of understanding in relation to even identifying what the problems were, because I mean, certainly, you know, we're just being introduced to the sport right now and we just couldn't see what the concern was. But as we found out, there is an impact, and I take Councillor Hughes' comments seriously, but at the same time, we're caught in the situation that we're in currently, and I just can't see spending close to $100,000 at this particular time, particularly knowing that this wouldn't move forward in our current capital projects. So saying all of that, I mean, and it was really nice to see in a number of different documents that we read this weekend, the term unintended consequences kept popping up.
I did highlight that every time I saw it. Just
yeah, and as you know, that's something that I raise quite a few times, because, and it's just the nature of some of the decisions we have, because I mean, the decisions that we make are going to have a positive and a negative impact on our residents, and unfortunately, at this particular time, these residents that are adjacent to the park are going to be impacted. But that doesn't preclude us potentially moving forward on this in another way in subsequent years that might resemble some sense of normalcy. So, but I can't support it this time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't look at something in future years. And I recognize the difficulty that brings, Councillor Broadhead. So I won't support it.
All right, I'm not going to weigh in on debate too much. I didn't support this when it came to committee, I think, and I'm not going to support it now. But Wes, appreciate the debate. I'll look to you to close.
All right, thank you very much. Well, quite honestly, I wasn't going to support it either, but I wouldn't have supported the $100,000 irrespective of COVID or not.
Yeah, exactly.
And so to me, it's a question around the value of the project originally and how we're going to move forward as a council and dealing with issues like this in the midst of significant financial distress. And appreciate everybody's commentary. I feel too for the two that are in close proximity to the pickleball court, because you're right, they're going to be hearing the balls batted back and forth. But they also have the joy of being next to a park. So, and having said that, that's not to minimize their distress. So I'll close with the idea that I think this is sort of debates that in tough times come to council, and we can't ignore the debate. We got to have the debate and make a decision around it. So anyway.
All right, call for the vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion fails unanimously. It's the first time that's ever happened. Okay, moving on to 7.2 was on consent. Hold on, I gotta read it. Oh, that was just, sorry, the draft minutes. 7.3 was flag policy. The motion read that the changes to the CCAO 19 flag display policy as outlined in the April 14, 2020 report to the Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee entitled Flag Policy Amendments be approved. Interestingly enough, Council, as we were logging into this meeting and getting ready, a half-mast request did come in from Mr. Scoble, and we all weighed in, and I think that we will be lowering our flags in response to the Nova Scotia tragedy. But at the same time, Mr. Scoble did get an email from the province directing us to do that as well. So flag policy as is works. Next thing was 7.4 allocation of offsite levies. The motion read that 5.13 million in current offsite levy receipts held by the city be allocated and administered as indicated in the table entitled Allocation of Additional Offsite Levy Receipts collected under 2019 offsite levy rates consistent with approved council policy CP&E-08 attached at the end of the April 14, 2020 report to the Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee entitled Allocation of Additional Offsite Levy Receipts collected under 2019 offsite levy rates. Passed on consent. Next is auditor reports, but that is time specific for 2 o'clock. So we're going to skip over that. And I'm also going to skip over 8.2 because that is a subsequent to the auditor. And then we will, so we're on 8.3, the Blast platform. So before we get into that, Cheryl, can you bring in Tony and Al from the waiting room and we can hear their presentation?
They're there now. They're part of the meeting.
I don't see them. Oh, there's Tony.
Hello.
How are you?
Tony.
Okay, thank you very much for cluing us in.
Is Al with you on the same call?
Al will be calling in on a different line.
Okay, I still don't see Al, Cheryl.
I was delegated to give the main presentation, so rather than keep me.
Okay, so I do see Alan on here now. So Alan, so Tony, are you doing the whole presentation?
That's the idea, but Al is obviously available to answer questions.
Okay, so and you were informed that you have 5 minutes?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, we'll start and thank you for joining us. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I say good afternoon, Mayor Heron and councillors.
How you doing, Tony?
Previously was scheduled to give this presentation on March 16th, and obviously a lot has changed since then. So we're going to try and keep this to a brief list of some positive items to report on. First of all, the Blessed platform. Pardon?
No, you're good. We can hear you fine.
Okay, good. My wife was just telling me that you were bringing me in as we spoke.
Oh,
Um,
she's probably watching the YouTube live stream and it's about a 20-second delay. That's why.
Okay, well, to continue, the platform repair, the structural repair has been completed. That's really good news. It was actually completed ahead of schedule and within the budget. So we're now working with the city administration to transfer the funding from the province to it. And it probably will amount to 50% of the funding for the repair. We're also working with the administration on the signage that we'd proposed to be put up on the platform. And because of the delay, because of the COVID crisis, we're able to work a little bit more on the signage. We're still hoping that the signs will be installed by the time that the platform can be reopened at the end of the crisis. And we're also hoping that we should be having a joint Bless and City opening ceremony towards the end of the summer. And we think that that could be a very positive event in a rather dreary summer. The World Migratory Bird Day is on hold, as you probably can imagine. The good news is that Investors Group came forward to be the official sponsor of the event this year. So we're still wondering whether we could actually have something on the website to just celebrate it, well, without actually having a live event. The Bless Summer Nature Program for kids, that usually operates out of the log cabin. And that obviously won't happen unless there's a remarkable change in the circumstances. But we are looking at operating that using the internet. And we think that the families may well be quite keen to tie into our services with offering programs for the kids in the absence of being able to go and partake in a live event. And the only other thing that I've got on my list here is that Bless is still working on our position on specific environmental issues. So we are, have a position on the environmental implications of Ray Gibbon widening and on the Red Willow Trail flooding issues. And all of this has been posted on our website. If you go to the Bless website and look at our March newsletter, you can get all the details on that. And we will be posting more stuff in terms of our position on some related environmental issues. And I think that's about all I had to go over here. So if you do have any questions, please feel free to offer them and either I or Al can answer it. And thank you for this opportunity to talk with you today.
Well, thank you for joining us. That's excellent. I'm looking at my counts. I can see most of you. Is there any questions for Tony or Al? Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tony, for presenting today. And congratulations on the grant. That was, that was a really expensive project. So that was a huge help to help pay for that. I go to the Bless Nature Center every year with my kids and go to your Migratory Bird Day. So you're doing great work in the community. So I guess my question has to do with the motion that we're considering today. I plan on proposing that we delay the decision until this fall, just due to the kind of the budget crunch that we're facing due to COVID. I'm sure you're aware that kind of we're cutting or we're delaying projects kind of left, right, and center to try to kind of deal with this crisis. So I guess, are there any, would there be any restrictions for us to approve this project, say for next year instead of this year, just to help us with cash flow? Like, is there any particular contracts that would have to go ahead this year to get those done?
I'm not sure what contract are you talking about?
I guess I'm just asking if there's any kind of barrier that you're aware of that would prevent us from kind of delaying this decision until we have a better idea of how kind of huge an impact the expense of the COVID response is going to take?
I don't think from Bless's point of view, we would have really any input on this. This is obviously, we're mainly concerned with the environmental issues that might be raised. And I don't think we really want to get in on what is a financial decision to be made by the municipality. And maybe Al has got something to add.
I guess that's a helpful response. And just so you know, I kind of threw out the signage to the Environmental Advisory Committee, and everyone who responded thinks it's a great idea, and people love learning from Bless. So thank you for what you do.
Good.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm seeing no more questions. I'm just going to ask Tony, you had indicated you wanted something on our website about migratory birds. Migratory Bird Day, sorry. That was a request you had?
Well, I was saying that we'll be putting stuff on our website.
On your website. Okay. All right.
Certainly anything that can be also posted on the City of St. Albert's website will be very much appreciated.
Okay, well, you can forward it, any requests to me, and I can see what we can do to get it up there, or I can ask some of our counselors who are active on social media to spread the word as well that way, if that
I will
helps.
certainly be doing that, and
Okay.
appreciate that. We haven't got a lot of other things to do these days, so
Okay.
bombarding you with things to put on your website.
Councillor Mackay, did you just put your hand up? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Tony, for presenting. And when just during that conversation, a question popped up at me in relation to some of the enhancements requested by Bless. They include the interpretive signs, the new table for the platform to replace the original table, which I'm sure is not available anymore, and then reinstallation of the original binoculars. Is there one there that would take more precedence over another in this time frame? Would you say, if we provided the signs versus the other two, or is there one that you would like more than any of the other two?
What we've heard from Dean is, first of all, a second pair of binoculars that's at a height that could be used by small children, but also people in wheelchairs. There is actually a plan to definitely install that if possible. That would be number one. The signage round the outside, we've actually proposed 8 signs, and I know Dean is particularly looking at 4 signs, and we're continuing to talk about having 8 signs around the outside. The potential design for the sign in the middle of the horizontal replacement for the what was a picnic table, that has actually been taken off the agenda for the time being. And the original picnic table has actually been installed back on the platform. So if you go out there, you can look from our side of the barrier and see the old binoculars are in place now, and the picnic table is out there. But so the priority would be getting the second set of binoculars and as many of the signs that we'd like to have put up around the outside. We've actually provided 8 different sign designs to Dean, and we're working with him on that.
So the total that's in our background information for enhancements is approximately $40,000. We're not talking, from what you've just outlined to me, we're not really looking at that much money, are we?
I think if it was just 4 signs and the additional binoculars, we'd be quite well within that. We would like to, and again, you'd have to get the exact details from Dean, but we're hoping that there can be more than 4 signs and the additional binoculars.
Those are some binoculars. Are you? Trying to see across the lake, I guess. Yeah.
No, the 40,000 doesn't, I think it was a couple of thousand for binoculars.
I was just saying you'll be looking into Jasper. But okay, thanks. I just was wondering around whether or not, I mean, because I think that the proposed motion is basically just a scope change in relation to that, and 40,000 was identified, and I don't know what all that components are, so I can ask administration later.
Okay. Councillor Brata, did you have your hand up?
Sorry, I'm pretty sure that the budget, the actual costs have come in more than 40,000 within the budget, and that's not taking into account the 125,000 coming from the province. So financially, we would think that we're in pretty good shape.
Excellent. Okay, I think Wes had his question answered, so that's good. And Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a question. I just, Tony, I happened to be down there just in that little window of time when the Bless platform opened up, and then it was suddenly under lock and key again. But we were down there with our grandkids, and there were lots of people milling around, and it's just going to be so enjoyable to have that back. So thanks so much for all the work you guys do. It's a real gem.
Awesome. Couldn't have said it better.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, I'm seeing no more questions. Thank you both, Tony and Al, for joining us. So the process now is that we're going to exit you out of this meeting, but if you want to watch the rest of our conversation on the Bless platform and the debate on these additional items, you can watch it on the YouTube, which it sounds like your wife has up ready to go for you, Tony.
She has, watching it downstairs. She's going to have to go and make me some lunch now.
Hey, thanks again for joining us.
Thanks, Tony. See you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Ray.
Okay, so we actually are still on the Bless platform. So is there a presentation here? Where am I here? Is Donna doing another presentation? Okay.
Madam Mayor, we're happy to provide a presentation, and then we can respond to any of the questions you may have based on the presentation as well from Tony.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Great, thank you. So approximately 25 years ago, the Big Lake Environmental Support Society constructed the viewing platform to view migratory birds and wildlife. Bless is a valued community partner, and administration has worked with them closely over the years to assist them to further their mandate for the conservation of Big Lake wetlands through advocacy, public education, stewardship, and data collection. In 2017, safety issues were noted with the platform. In 2018, Council approved funding of $342,000 to replace the structure with a similar configuration. In support of this project, Bless was successful in 2019 with the receipt of a CFEP grant for $125,000 to offset project costs. Construction of the project has been completed with minor deficiencies to be resolved. Of the $342,000 budget approved, $253,604 has been committed to the project, leaving a balance of $88,396 of uncommitted funding. The purpose of the report today is to request approval for the scope change based on the request from Bless to include enhancements to the platform, which include the interpretive signage, accessible binoculars, and replacement of the previously existing picnic table. The attachment of the Coal Mine Park signs is an example of what interpretive signage looks like. The signage for the viewing platform would include 4 panels that would be mounted horizontally onto the 4 railings closest to the end of the walkway as you enter onto the deck area. Administration has worked closely and collaboratively with Bless as subject matter experts and with internal stakeholders for the development for the content of the signs and adherence to the park signage guidelines, as well as communication staff recommendations. The content has been narrowed down to include information on migratory birds. We are looking at 4 signs with getting information from 8 different groupings of the birds onto those signs. The attached photo of the lookout also shows where the old binoculars have been reinstalled. The picnic table currently has not been reinstalled. We do have it in the shop and had discussions about refurbishing that as a possibility. The new pair of binoculars, if purchased, would be accessible for wheelchairs and children, as mentioned in the presentation, and would be located opposite the existing binoculars. A new table, if purchased, to replace the original table, would be located in the middle of the lookout. Placement of all of the enhancements was selected to best preserve the view from the lookout. Administration would be delighted to further work with Bless to arrange an opening celebration for the new lookout in the fall. And administration is recommending that council approve the scope change to capital project 418459 Bless Lookout to fund the enhancements for the amenity, interpretive signage, and viewing apparatus.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Mackay already has a question. Go ahead, Ken.
Sorry, I'm just unmuting. My space bar is not working for some reason. Thank you. Maybe just first of all, Mr. Scobel. So when we have, is this normal that this has to come back to council when we're talking a scope change? This much money? I mean, I think there's 40,000. I don't know whether from what the presentation just had, whether or not that would total 40,000. But why does this have to come back to council?
Well, it's my understanding, I can ask Diane to perhaps help me out, but yeah, a scope change like this is typically would come back to council. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's because of the value of it as a percent of the original project. That's what's in our procurement policies.
About what percentage? Sorry, Dan.
I believe it's 10%. So if it's scope change over 10%, it has to come back to council.
Okay. Do we? Sir Don, what's the? Do we know the costs then of? I asked Tony in relation. I know you guys are in negotiations with Bless, and they want 8 signs. You've said 4, and he said 4. Do we like? If I mean, what's the cost of the binoculars?
The cost of the binoculars, I believe, is in the range of $3,500 to $4,000. The cost of the picnic table is in the similar range. And the cost of the signs, we don't have confirmed yet. There is a minimum order to place those, but it will be under $20,000. The original projection on this budget of $40,000 was done based that we might have to make structural changes to mount the signs onto the platform. That is not the case now. We are able to mount them onto the existing railing. So we do expect that budget, that the project would come in under that budget. I just did not at this time have an accurate update to provide, but we do expect it to come in under budget.
And is there a window now? I mean, now that we don't know with COVID, we don't know if when we're going to be able to open that. I mean, we could open it in June, we could open it in August, like our financial projections have indicated. And we can't obviously do any work. Can we do work on those, even placements up until the end of this pandemic?
We could continue to progress with the design. And I mean, if it was approved by council, we could place the order and it could continue just as other constructions, as long as they're adhering to any regulations. The only restriction that I can think of that we would have on this project would be the guidelines from the CFEP grant funding program, that there is a deadline that they must reconcile. However, it is possible as well to ask for an extension on the program if that was required.
Okay, that ties into my next question. So there's $88,396 left out of the 342 that was approved. Was the intent, Bless got the CFEP grant for the maximum 125,000? Is that correct?
Correct.
So would the $40,000 be dedicated to the project or the CFAB grant, or is it just a financial kind of in-out type of a thing?
It's just a financial thing. So we would pay for the signs out of the project budget with those uncommitted funds, and then the CFEP grant would just go back into the capital reserve to offset the project costs. So it actually overall decreases the total of the $342,000 budget that council approved quite significantly.
Yeah, it does. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I think I saw Ray put his hand up. And anyone else?
Yeah, I just had a question. Just on clarification, You said it was, that you had put an estimate of like 40-something thousand into the report, but the cost was actually for around 3,500 for the binoculars and around $4,000 for the signs. And then what did you say for the picnic table?
The picnic table was the 4,000. The signs, we don't have a confirmed price on, but they would be well under $20,000. We're just working on some pricing. We don't have the final designs, but based on the ones that we did with Coal Mine and what we've been able to find out from the supplier, we do know that that would bring the total budget expenses under that budget.
Okay, so we're 88,000 under, and now the 40,000 is looking like it's more like 25 or 30.
I would say that's correct.
Okay, and then we had a $120,000 grant come in there too, right?
Correct.
And is this the last thing to finish this whole platform off? Is this all that's required? And it's 100% complete?
Yes, as far as what's in the scope of this project, yes.
Yeah, okay, so this is like it's like 95% complete. All we need to do is put the binoculars up, the sign and the bench. And sorry, in the picnic table, you say the picnic table could be refurbished and we could even save more money on that and not have to buy another picnic table?
Yes, we could remove that picnic table from that scope and refurbish the old one.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Mayor.
Any more questions of administration? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So just to confirm, reinstalling the old table, that's already within scope. So we wouldn't have to direct administration for that?
No, we would refurbish it through Public Works. Perhaps.
So it wasn't within the original scope when we were replacing the platform?
Correct, it wasn't. The original scope was just to replace the structure with a similar structure that was there.
Okay, and then regarding the budget, so we really choked on the numbers when we approved this back a couple of years ago. Why was there such a big difference between what kind of the maximum budget that we approved and what the project has actually cost?
Well, with the capital budgets, they're always done on the best estimate that we can provide, and we're always at the mercy of what the tenders come in as. In this case, the tender came in significantly under the estimate. So we were fortunate that we have some funds that won't be needed for this project. Diane, did you want to add anything to that?
No, that's good.
Actually, I think Donnie might want to add something. Her team was responsible for the actual construction of the platform. And I know that there was some additional, we weren't sure with regard to what was required based on permits and some of the build of the platform. So I'll pass it over to Donnie.
I have nothing to add. Donna has hit the nail correctly, so that's exactly what happened. The tenders came in under that estimate. So.
That's great. And then, so anything unspent is just going back into the capital reserve?
That's my understanding. Diane can confirm that.
Yeah, that's correct. That would be just part of our normal year-end process when we close out that project.
Okay, and my last question actually comes from a resident. So they're just talking about the signs that used to be there. So the small existing sign was damaged by graffiti and etchings, but it was small enough to not be an eyesore. So with these larger signs, are we expecting the same kind of damage to happen on them? And, what kind of lifespan? Like, are we gonna have to replace these every 5 years? I don't know if anyone can comment on that.
We've done a lot of research into the signs. They're similar to some of the ones that are used at Niagara Falls, and we do expect them. I can't recall the exact lifetime off, but we don't expect those problems, and they will have good longevity. I'm sure at least 15 years.
Okay, and my last question is for Mr. Scoble. So along the same lines of what Councillor Mackay was asking for the pickleball, would this meet the criteria kind of our kind of updated, no nice to haves kind of decision-making process for capital projects?
This is $34,000.
Yeah, so I mean, again, this was pre-COVID. If you apply the COVID process flow to it, it would probably be not as highly ranked as it once was. But I guess I should point out, like, as per the capital report at this point, administration is recommending deferral of projects. We actually haven't put any cancellations. So to answer your question, it would likely be a deferral candidate if that process flow was applied to it.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, I see Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, really quick in relation to that, I was just trying to do some addition and subtraction in relation to the numbers. So is our policy 10% of the total cost, Diane? For it to come back in relation to getting council approval?
Yes, I believe it's 10% or 250,000, whatever's less. So of course the 40,000, which was what was originally put forward, was over the 10%, which is why it came forward.
Yeah, but I mean, if we didn't approve this and it came under like 25,000, you wouldn't need our approval, right?
Then it would be delegated to the city manager and make that decision.
Yeah, so what I'm just saying is I mean, we've already heard that it's going to come under $40,000 unless we come across some real major issue. I'm not sure what that would be, but I mean, if we don't approve the 40,000, but it comes in at 25,000, the city manager could just go ahead with that. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. That makes it a little easier for me.
Okay, any more questions? Seeing none. Does anyone want to, Councillor Jolly, go? Oh, yes, you wanted to make a motion to defer.
Yes.
So to the fall. So
Yeah.
I'm going to entertain that now.
Okay, are you ready for me to read that in?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So in light of the challenging economic situation resulting from St. Albert's COVID-19 response, that consideration of a scope change to capital project 418459 Blessed Lookout be deferred to the 2021 budget discussions.
Okay, any questions on that before I accept the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
So if we vote on this and we vote to defer it and it comes in under what I was just asking the question about, if it comes in under 25,000, they can't work on it then, correct? Is that administration's interpretation?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I would be happy to amend it saying unless the scope change is under 10% of the project budget, in which case it would be deferred to the city manager.
Is that too confusing, Mr. Lafleur? Sorry.
Sorry, it takes me a moment to unmute myself. No, I don't think it's confusing. I understand it.
That would be clear in the sense that, I mean, we would defer it unless it comes in under whatever the current existing policy is for 10%.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right,
Good
thank you.
motion.
Yeah, thank you. If you would you do that friendly then?
Yeah, that's friendly.
Okay, so let's, Cheryl, can you read out what you think the motion is now?
Okay, in light of the challenging economic situation resulting from St. Albert's COVID-19 response, that consideration of the scope change to capital project 418459 Blessed Lookout be deferred to the 2021 budget discussion unless the scope change is under 10%, then be deferred to the Chief Administrative Officer.
That sounds perfect. Is that what you're willing to accept, Councillor Jolly? And that's what you meant, Ken? It's all good? All right.
Teamwork.
Okay. It's good team. All right. I accept that motion. Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. So the feedback that I've received is that this is a fantastic project. So I don't want us to kill it the way we did with kind of the previous motion to this afternoon. That said, we're facing some really tough decisions in terms of our capital plan. And I think this project, just like any of the other projects, should be subject to kind of that priority setting. So I would like to see this delayed to a time where we have a better idea of what we're looking at. And certainly if this comes in under 10% and the city manager feels that it meets the needs, I think the binoculars are a great idea. We're able to refurbish the table. That's going to lower the costs. So these are all great projects. If it comes under 10%, fill your boots, Mr. Scoble. But unless it does, I think it's prudent of us to wait and take a look at this with all the other projects at the end of the year. Thank you.
Anyone else want to enter into debate? Seeing none, call for the vote. All those in favor of deferring? So that's Heron, Jolly, Mackay, Broadhead, Hughes, and Hanson. And Councillor Watkins, you against? I can't hear you.
Yes, I am against.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
You get all this $8,000 we're saving.
So it's a 6-1 to defer. All right, moving on. It is 10 after 1. The next thing on the agenda is the time extension was done on consent. Sorry, that is moving the Erin Ridge North. Sorry. Deadline extension for the following item be approved. Erin Ridge North area structure plan and land use bylaw redesignation and redistricting to June 1st, 2020. And then, so the next thing is a big one. It's capital projects. Yeah, I think we could probably get that done in a half an hour, and then that would give us 15-minute break before the auditors come in. So Donnie, do you have a presentation on this?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to present this report on capital projects on behalf of all departments within the city. I'm Donnie George, Director of Engineering, and I'm joined by Suzanne Finlay, Divisional Controller in Finance, who has been a tremendous help in the past few weeks in gathering all the current information on projects from all departments and helped with the many analyses that are being presented here. Please allow me to thank all departments who has taken time in providing input to this report and attachments. Due to the unprecedented COVID-19 outbreak and the unknown nature of the extent of this event, which could potentially force the continued disruption on many programs and projects administered by the city, administration had completed an initial review of all 2020 projects and presented the initial recommendation to Council on March 23rd, 2020, either to continue or defer these projects. Subsequent to the March 23rd decision, administration reviewed all approved active capital projects on the books to determine which projects would be eligible to proceed based on the Alberta Health Services guideline due to COVID-19 impact. Each project was assessed based on a series of questions as noted in the attachment 3 of the report called COVID-19 Project Decision Tree. Projects that met the criteria are being recommended here to proceed. In general, almost all projects in design phase are recommended to proceed as there are currently no constraints on external and internal resources, and as such, it could be made shovel ready to be eligible for grants or stimulus funds that may become available. Projects that are in construction phase, if deemed essential, were given careful consideration before recommending proceed in an effort to balance between cash flow requirements, business continuity, resource availability, and in some cases, opportunistic to proceed due to COVID-19 restrictions, such as closed school zone areas, closed city facilities, and also reduced traffic. While the majority of these projects do not have COVID-19 implications, some have public engagement requirements which may impact the project completion schedule. Any project requiring public consultation during this time will use only online platform or social media channels. Any projects in construction phase would receive only a notification via mail delivery, and no public information sessions are being scheduled until the COVID-19 health and safety restrictions are lifted. Additionally, active construction projects would be updated via the city website, social media, and our city lights. All prime contractors and consultants are mandated to develop their own COVID-19 exposure control plan, in addition to a health and safety program before work begins as per the AHS guidelines. The city has also developed COVID-19 related health and safety controls, which will be strictly followed and enforced by the city staff involved in any projects. Due to the COVID-19 restrictions, Alberta Health Services has become one of the stakeholders to be consulted with before proceeding with any recommended construction projects presented in this report. Therefore, the final construction projects that would proceed would ultimately depend on AHS approval once the council approval is received this afternoon. Therefore, in an effort to manage cash flows, administration has 4 recommendations for your consideration. And the recommendation is to continue the projects as listed in attachment 1, named continued capital projects, and defer the rest of the projects as in attachment 2, named deferred capital projects, under 3 categories, namely deferred till June 30th, September 30th, and till 2021. Those deferred till June 30th and September 30th will receive a reassessment again before recommending to continue based on the COVID-19 restrictions at that time and the probability of completing or saving of the project before the construction season ends once the decision to proceed is given. Those that are being deferred to 2021 will receive a reassessment during either the 2021 budget discussion in December or Q1 of 2021. Thank you.
Okay, sure we have some questions on this. Who wants to start? Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. Hopefully this is an easy question. I'm just a little bit confused about the tables that we got with the color coding. So we've got green projects, orange projects, and black projects, but none of those seem to relate to the projects deferred to June or the decisions deferred to June or 2020. So I don't know if you could kind of explain that.
I think it says green font represents projects recommended to continue. This is back to the March 23rd. So if it was in green, they recommended it to continue on March 23rd. And if it's still there in the continue, then that stays the same. But there was some, the orange represented ones that on March 23rd, they said defer, but now they're saying continue. Is that right?
That's true. We have basically two attachments. One attachment is all to be continued list as of today.
Mhm.
And then the second attachment is all on deferred list. And it has got three categories. There's a first set that needs to be deferred till June 30th. The second category deferred till September 30th. And the third category deferred till 2021. So attachment 2 has all that 3 buckets of deferral. And the orange, like Mayor explained, the orange represents those that were presented on the March 23rd deferral list is recaptured here. And the green ones represented those that are continued list on the March 23rd is recaptured here. Because this is the full list. On March 23rd, we didn't have the full capital project list at that time to be presented to council.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I had a question about why are we continuing with the Heritage Park? That's on the continued list. The Heritage Site Phase 2B for the 2.8 million. I realize there's 1 million left to spend. I'm just wondering how that made the cut to move forward.
Through you, Mayor Herron, to Councillor. The reason that some of these projects are on the continue list is because they are almost complete. So there were some projects that are either in maintenance or substantially complete. So we've kept them on the continue list for now. So that one is in maintenance and it's almost complete.
We still have $1 million left to spend though, it looks like.
You're talking about 415318?
You betcha.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't seem almost complete to me. It seems 2/3 done, but it's $1 million still on the table here. So I'm trying to figure out, is it actually almost done? Because that's a nice to have project. If you ever heard one, that's a nice to have. And yet it hit the cut to go forward. I just trying to understand the rationale why and what I'm missing.
So that's actually a good question. Before that gets answered, we're going to have to figure out a process if council wants to move some of these projects from the continued to the deferred list. We'll have to figure out how to motion that, but I would like an answer to that one too. Good question, Councillor Hughes.
If you just give me 1 minute, I'll look for it and see. I'm not sure if Diane Enger is still here or.
It's Heritage Site Phase 2B.
Yeah.
It is Kelly's project, I believe. And if council has the desire to move some of the continued projects into deferral, we can at least move it to the June 30th so that we can come back in front of council.
We could defer it to June 30th and that would give time to get some of these answers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll come back to that. If there is an answer today, then that would be great. If not, Councillor Hughes, why don't you make a motion to move that to the deferred list when we get to it?
Okay, I will do that then.
Okay. And I'm seeing Councillor Hansen's hand up and then Councillor Watkins. So go ahead, Jackie, then Ray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wonder just to to piggyback on what Suzanne talked about, what there's a lot of these projects are almost done and this is what's remaining. Do we have contractual obligations that we would have a penalty to pay if we were not to complete these on time, if they're not COVID related?
We do, in some of those that are active contracts that we have, if we stop it not related to COVID, then we would definitely have delay claims or any of that that may come forth.
So, Donnie, let's just take Heritage Site Phase 2B then, with $1 million remaining on the project budget. Is there a chance that that would ultimately cost us more to finish if we deferred that?
It does if we haven't completed the original scope that was part of the original contract. And if you decide to stop, absolutely, it'll delay the project and also may incur some delay claims as well. But I have to confirm what scope is left because I'm not sure what that $1 million is remaining for.
I have a bit of an explanation here, sorry. I've got here that the Heritage Site Building Conservation has already been tendered and it's in construction phase with completion anticipated for July 2020. They've already got a contractor. So we could find out a little bit more if you need it, but it has been tendered and it's in construction phase.
I also did receive an update quickly on the email here in the background. Using these funds is to complete the restoration of the Brozo Granary and Chevenix House. That's what I got.
Okay. Councillor Hughes, did you get that? Okay. Councillor Hanson, are you done with your questions?
I'm done with my questions. I just think that these are big considerations. Those bits and pieces of details around the remaining amounts, we may have to explore a little bit more because we don't want this costing us more at the end of the day.
Right. Yeah. Councillor Watkins.
I just wondered if there were any issues associated with force majeure, so either from our point of view or from contracts that we've given out.
Maybe David can step in if I say it incorrectly, but what I've heard from our legal team is that if there was any force measure in action, we should have enacted that within the first 48 hours. So we're way past that. And this being an event that is ongoing, we don't even know when it started and end, right? So that's kind of the decision that we had probably a few weeks ago from legal.
Okay, so we would have already had that issue come up if it was to come up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my question.
Okay. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions with the projects. So there are two skateboard projects. One is being recommended to defer and the other not. So I'm curious to know what the skateboard retrofit is and how that's different from the other skateboard project.
Maybe Suzanne can help. She has got the spreadsheet in the background.
Diane's there. No, sorry, Diane Enger's not there anymore. Okay.
Yes. Go. I'll just take 1 minute, sorry, and I'll look that up.
That's okay, Suzanne, take your time.
And just kind of while she's doing that, I'm also curious about the Rivercrest lift station. So there are two RMR projects. One is being recommended for deferral. One of them hasn't been touched. So I'm also curious to know what the difference between those two projects are.
I can speak in general. All the RMR projects that we have looked at, some we decided to put on the list because we can delay taking some of the risk of deferral. Whereas on the other, for example, Rivercrest, it's absolutely required to move ahead this year is one of the information we received from our operations group.
But there are two Rivercrest projects and one of them is being recommended to wait.
Oh, sorry, I probably spoke out of that line, but maybe Suzanne can help there.
So the one Fowler Athletic Park that is being recommended to continue, it's the assessment and design work that's being done. I believe the other one that's being deferred is to do with the actual Sorry, let me just check on that. Do you have the, I'm sorry, do you have the project number for that?
418306.
Okay.
I just got an information from Diane Inger that one is just on maintenance, the other is on construction.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
helpful. Thank you.
So both are on the go forward list is what she had.
And Rivercrest, we're not sure.
Check on
I
that here.
did get some text from Kate. It's just where funding is coming from is how that decision was made, is what she said. From utilities.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone that is going to propose moving something from the continue list to the deferred list? None of that. Does anyone want to make the 4 associated motions with this? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly. Thank you.
Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. I'm just going to scroll up to the top here. So that council approved the continuation of 130 municipal capital projects with a total budget of $175,702,900 and 45 utility capital projects with a total budget of $71,065,200 as noted in the attachment continued capital projects. The council approved the deferral of 21 municipal capital projects with a total budget of $39,655,700 and 4 utility capital projects with a total budget of $785,500 to June 30th, at which time they'll be reassessed for continuance as noted in the attachment deferral capital projects. The council approved the deferral of 8 municipal capital projects with a total budget of $7,153,500 to September 30, at which time they will be reassessed for continuance as noted in the attachment deferred capital projects, and that council approved the deferral of 7 municipal capital projects with a total budget of $6,244,900 and 10 utility capital projects with a total budget of $11,548,800 to 2021 as noted in the attachment deferred capital projects.
Thank you. I accept that motion. Any opening comments?
Thank you to administration, I guess, for putting this together too quickly. It does feel like we're flying a little bit blind here in terms of kind of knowing details of all these projects. But it is important that we start making decisions about these, and we do have to rely on kind of the decision-making process that was used to make decisions about these recommendations. Kind of going forward in June and September, I think we need, like in budget, need to have those project charters so that we can make more specific decisions about how we want to do this, just like we do at budget. But thank you for everyone for the work done on this.
Anyone else want to enter into debate? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
I just wanted to acknowledge again, just like Councillor Jolly said, the amount of work involved in here. I mean, there's been an entire matrix done, a reevaluation of a complete budget, everything else happening, and this is in 30 days. So in government terms, this is lightning speed. Like, this is a phenomenal amount of work that's had to be done and reevaluated, and really taking a hard look at what we can and can't do this year and when we can reconsider it. So I just really want to recognize the amount of work that's been done behind the scenes in all the departments, as we said here, and trying to reevaluate this. And I'm glad that we're going to come back and have a discussions again in June, because hopefully we'll have clear answers about where we are, and hopefully we'll be on the other side of this. And then at least we'll be able to assess the damage and move forward from there and make actual decisions. So again, just thank you again for everything that's been put forward on this, because it's not a small task that was brought forward today. And I know when I was reading the background yesterday, I thought, I'm impressed. Like, this was a lot. So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Good points. Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, very supportive of this too. It has been a lot of work, and I'm really thankful that we have the team we have in place with experience in these kind of issues, because it's been invaluable. I don't know what other municipalities are doing, but I feel very, very comfortable with the direction we're taking with all the COVID things and the plans we put in place. And I'm very, very thankful of staff for all the work they've done. Thank you.
Thank you. That's nice. Anyone else want to weigh in on debate? I got a thumbs up from Jackie. I guess she agrees. And from Wes. Call for the vote. That is unanimous. Oh, I thought that would take a little bit longer. 11:30. Council, the next thing on the agenda was, sorry, the Pound Maker letter. So we have approved the motion read that the mayor send a letter of support to Pound Maker for its application for urban reserve status. So that was approved. Do you guys, so I have a couple options for you. We can get into the financial scenarios and go right till 2 o'clock. That won't give us a break before the auditors. Or do you want to take a quick break now, start the scenarios? Anyone have any opinions? Councillor Brada?
Well, I'm voting for break, but I'm willing to bend to council's will, but you know, it's 2 hours at a stretch is pretty long.
I agree, yeah.
So,
We've been at it about an hour and a half. Okay, why don't we take just 10 minutes to stretch? I noticed Councillor Brada was already standing for some of this. Stretch, do whatever you need to do. We'll be back in our chairs at 1:40 and we'll get through about 20 minutes of the financial scenarios. And if we're close to finish, then I might push the auditors off for a couple of minutes. If not, then we'll take a break and go straight to the auditors. Does that sound good? All right, see you guys back in 10 minutes.
Now what?
David, just so you know, we can hear you. Oh.
Yeah, mute David.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Jason, if you hear me, I can't start my video. It won't let me. Admin has stopped it.
It's probably because we went into. Oh, your icon keeps jumping around. You should be able to
Yeah,
restart.
it just said the host is asked. There you go.
There you're back. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, we're back at it. So financial scenarios. 8.7. This is Kevin. Is this you or is it Diane?
It's me.
I'll probably let Diane take you through it here with the detail, and I'll support her with any questions you may have.
Okay. Take it. Give us the good news, Diane.
Yeah. You seem to be the bearer of bad news these days. So I'm going to attempt to share my. I haven't never done a PowerPoint before, so you might have to help me out here and let me know what you're seeing. Just hold on.
I see it. Everyone else see it?
Now, do you see just the whole slide, or do you see a bunch of stuff on the side?
I see like all the stuff on the side, like your next slide and all your speaking notes.
Okay, now do you just see the slide?
Just the slide, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. So the focus of today's presentation is to advise council of the financial situation the city could be facing as we manage through the COVID-19 pandemic.
Diane, you might want to get just a tad closer to the mic.
To the mic, is that
yeah,
better?
That's way better, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
So due to the issuance of various public health emergency orders, the city has been required to support and enforce physical distancing, close many municipal facilities, and cancel various programs and events. As a result of these actions, the city is experiencing pressures on our non-tax revenues, namely the inability to collect sales and user fees related to the facility closures and free transit, as well as incurring additional costs in direct response to the incident. Some of these costs include such things as additional supplies and materials like hand sanitizers, masks, fogging machines, hundreds of signs, and costs associated with operating the EOC. So there's a lot of good publications circulating around the financial pressures that this is putting on individuals, businesses, and governments. ResourceX, who's our partner in implementing of the priority-based business planning and budgeting, has provided these general infographics that you see on the screen. So this image shows 4 of the possible paths that the impact of this pandemic could take. In the V recovery, the rebound from financial pressures is swift but not easy. Short-term quick fixes could bridge the gap. In the big V recovery, the downturn is deeper, but the bounce back is rapid, and short-term bridge strategies still apply. In the W recovery, there's short-term recovery, but a return of the virus in the fall or next year could have longer-term effects. So in this type of a scenario, longer-term strategies are needed to be considered for transformation. In the L recovery, the recovery is stalled by deeper economic impacts, and long-term transformational strategies are needed. So currently, we are responding and implementing short-term measures recommended for the V and the big V scenarios. It's important that we act fast, buy time to learn how it will evolve, prolong decisions that need time to plan, and start planning for the possibility that this turns into a W or an L type scenario. Council and administration have already taken strategic steps to help mitigate the financial impacts we are experiencing. Some of these strategies have included temporary layoff of non-permanent staff, workforce planning tool to support the redeployment of permanent staff, temporary wage freezes, service levels reductions in transit, a review of capital projects, and efforts to manage and reduce the cost of the EOC. Today we'll be presenting Council with 3 financial scenarios to help understand the scale of the financial impact that we are facing. While we have chosen 3 potential opening dates for facilities and programs for purposes of the analysis, it's important to remember that the lifting of public health orders, which would allow for this reopening, is at the sole discretion of Alberta Health Services. So the 3 financial scenarios that we'll look at today include opening dates of June 1st, August 1st, and October 1st. Some of the important assumptions to note when considering the projects projections include the fact that even when the facilities open, it will likely take a period of time for them to grow back to pre-COVID levels. Some of the things that may impact this growth include that the province may require staged opening of facilities so that they may not immediately be available at full capacity. Residents will have different levels of personal comfort in using the facilities or programs, and they could also be facing financial challenges limiting their discretionary spending. Also to consider is that there will be a base level of staffing and other expenses required immediately upon opening of the facilities, and in some instances, even slightly before. So the first scenario represents a forecast with a June 1st opening. This is the same scenario that was presented to Council on April 6th. However, with refinement of the model, we've now built in ramp-up assumptions for both revenues and expenses, which has increased the forecasted deficit from 3.8 million to 4.6 million. By the end of 2020, we're estimating we will have foregone $6.7 million in revenues, which we will offset with a reduction in $3 million in expenses through mitigation strategies, but further increased by our cost of the direct response to the incident. With a June 1st opening, it is anticipated that the vast majority of the financial impacts will be concluded by year end, and we would face a relatively normal 2021 from a budget perspective. The second scenario shows the potential impacts to the city if facilities and programs were allowed to open on August 1st. With 2 more months of foregone revenues, the 2020 forecasted deficit climbs to approximately 5.6 million. Also, the impacts of this later opening pushed the full revenue recovery to approximately March of 2021, placing some pressure on our 2021 tax requirement without further mitigation strategies. In the third scenario, where facilities are not permitted to open until October, the forecast grows to approximately 6 million for 2020, and it has a more significant impact for 2021. What these forecasts are telling us is that we have a significant financial impact that we will need to deal with in 2020. Depending how the situation plays out, more mitigation strategies may be required in the near future, and longer term changes may be required for future budget years. It's important to know that the preceding forecasts are based on the budget that was approved by Council in December of 2019. Any reduction to the tax levy will have some implications for the future. A delay in the planned contribution to RMR will have effects on our ability to fund the repair of our existing infrastructure in the future. Service level reductions may be required to offset any reduction of the levy, and if service levels are not reduced, it will further add to the 2020 projected deficit, which will either need to be dealt with through reserves or increases to taxes in future years. From a cash flow perspective, there's 2 different kinds of cash flow impacts that we're facing. So we are facing what we're calling permanent cash flows, and what I'm referring to more is our income statement revenues. So the revenues that we've lost in 2020 from the facility closures and from the free transit and all of those type of things, they are lost for 2020. So we don't have the ability to re-invoice those amounts. We haven't provided the service, so we can't charge for it. So we're calling those permanent cash flow impacts, and that would also include our additional real costs relating to the actual response to the incident. We're also experiencing some temporary cash flow impacts. One of the things that we're doing is, this is positive and negative, I guess. We're advancing the facility maintenance in some of our facilities to take advantage of the fact that they're closed now, because we would normally have had a facility closure a little bit later on. So we're taking the opportunity while the facilities are closed to get that maintenance complete, so that when we do get the opportunity to reopen them, we'll be able to continue on for the rest of the year. On the bad side of that, that's requiring us to spend cash a little earlier than we would have normally anticipated during the year. The biggest temporary cash flow impacts that we're facing right now is the deferral of the application of penalties for taxes and utilities. This is obviously, especially the taxes, is one of our biggest cash items. that we rely on that huge cash inflow that typically comes in. While we do have a large portion of our residents on monthly payments, we do get a large portion of our taxes June 30th. So if a lot of people choose to defer until the September 30th, we have several months where we won't be getting that cash that we would have normally expected. The good news at this point is with the September 30th date, that still though means that it's really a difference of 3 months. So we will be able to collect that money, that cash, prior to the end of this year. And we'll talk a little bit later, but we do have adequate cash flows to cover that relatively small period of time where we're waiting for those to come in. Yeah, so sorry, on my last point on the temporary cash flows, I think I put that under the wrong category. I was just reading it. So we were talking about service level reductions. So if we're not making adequate service level reductions, and the deficit increases in 2020, we have to figure out a way to either fund it through existing reserves or to potentially, internally finance it and collect it over a couple of years from our residents. So yeah, it's critical for the organization to monitor its cash flow impacts and make sure that we can manage it. So some of the mitigation and mechanisms that we have available to us is we're looking at potentially expanding our line of credit. This may be more actually beneficial than liquidating some of our investments because some of our investments we're earning fairly good returns on right now. So we may look at expanding and using our line of credit if we find ourselves in a bit of a cash crunch. We need to monitor the tax and utility deferrals. So we need to, the assumptions in the model right now are based on the fact that we're saying no more than 50% of people choose to defer. So we need to monitor how that's going and how many people are choosing to defer because that will impact our cash as well. Some of the other mechanisms we have is reviewing and looking at service levels and corporate expenses. We do have opportunities to liquidate some of our longer term investments, and we have the ability from a cash perspective to defer some of our capital projects, which of course we just had a presentation on. So again, part of the main strategies when you're looking at trying to respond to that sort of V and big V scenarios is to buy time. So the two pieces related to buying time, again, is prolonging decisions and strategies that require more time to plan and affording your organization time to build well thought out plans for the W and L scenario. The city's in a good financial position as it relates to cash. We have $146 million in reserves. That's both operating and capital reserves, but it is fully supported by cash. So we do have a lot of cash to be able to hopefully bridge what we hope is only going to be a short-term gap. And it's important to ensure that the decisions we make today don't have a long-term impact on the future. So just as a bit of a conclusion, Council and Administration have taken quick action in responding to the COVID-19 incident. We need to act quickly to mitigate the initial losses attributed to the response and the lost revenues due to the closures. A shift is starting to occur now to start planning for recovery, which we have an agenda item coming up right away on that to help us respond to a still somewhat uncertain future. And the goals of all of this various work is to ensure the long-term sustainability of the community in a fiscally responsible manner. And that's all I have.
Okay, I'm sure there's a few questions, but Diane, you kind of hinted about the difference between using the line of credit or some of our reserves. Do we know what, I don't need exact numbers, do we know what interest we're getting out of our investments versus what interest would we be paying on the line of credit?
I think I'd probably have to take that as an information request to go back, but it's looking initially that a line of credit might provide us a lower interest rate than pulling out some of our longer term investments.
Okay.
But I can get some more exact numbers later on.
I don't need it as an official IR, I want to keep my eye on that. So maybe as we progress through this crisis, I'm going to be asking that question. And then the possibility of increasing that line of credit beyond 5 million, where are we with that?
So we're just in sort of some initial talks with the bank to understand what kind of an interest rate we would get. David can jump in, but I'm 99% sure we will have to come to council with a borrowing bylaw to be able to do that. We do have a borrowing bylaw on file for the initial 5 million that we have, but I believe we need an extended one as well.
That makes sense. Okay.
We would, if you're increasing a line of credit, that's an additional borrowing, so. within the
Right. And then finally, the assumption that 50%, that no more than 50% will defer their taxes. We've started fielding calls and assessment, and do we have a better idea?
So the initial response has been pretty good. We haven't had a ton of people pulling themselves off of their monthly payment plan.
Okay.
I think the big thing is going to be when June hits, when we have that sort of 40% of our payers that typically pay all in one shot in June. That's going to be sort of the big telltale. But in terms of our monthly payers, there hasn't been a lot of people pulling off, which is good news.
And not a question for you, maybe for Greg later, but I'm interested to know if more people have actually signed up for monthly payments, because we've been sort of pushing that out. Instead of paying all at once in June, spread it out over 12 months. But I'll take that offline with Greg another time. Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Diane. That was a really good presentation. And for all the work. Wow, this is crazy times. Looking at the dates, June 1st, August 1st, October 1st. Obviously, our hope is to get up and running sooner rather than later. And I understand June 1st because we've closed facilities right now until May 31st. I understand August 1st, but I'm questioning October 1st because if we're able to get up and running prior to October 1st, we've got all the sports programs starting, et cetera, all in September. So I'm wondering if you could tell me why you landed on October 1st.
Honestly, we were really just trying to pick 3 scenarios, really to just show council kind of what the scale would look like and how sort of every 2-month delay, relates to about another $1 million to hit the 2020 deficit. There'll probably be some programs that will come back very quickly once the facilities are open, but there may be others that take a little bit longer to come back. So that's something that we continue to refine those assumptions. But it was really just to give, it was an arbitrary date, honestly, just really to give council a sense of, what a 2-month delay looks like.
Okay, thanks. To follow up on Mary's question around the tax deferrals and utilities, have we actually sent anything out to our residents to say, what are your plans?
No, I don't believe we have. I mean, I think all the council motions, of course, are all, publicly on the website. I know there's been, articles and stuff done on it. There will be, when we send out our tax and assessment notices in May, by the end of May, there will be an insert that goes with it that explains what people's options are.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think that's all I've got for right now. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I see Councillor Mackay has a question. It is 2:00. Ray, Sheena, do you guys have lots of questions? Okay, well then we'll carry on with Ken's question, and if it's maybe Cheryl, can you let the auditors know that we might need another 5 or 10 minutes?
You bet.
Okay, thanks. Perfect. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Just following up, and thanks for your questions, Mayor Heron. You ticked off a few of mine. But when we're looking at long-term debt and
make sure I just didn't tick you off.
What?
You said you ticked off my questions.
No. No. Okay, sorry. Hey, now you got to make me start all over again. We got. Okay. Can we approach we get most of our debentures through, Alberta Capital Finance Authority or whatever the new potential will be? That's where we're carrying most of it right now, correct?
That's correct.
And it's around, just looking at our latest consolidated financial statements, that's somewhere anywhere between 2.07% to 5% per year. Is there a strategy maybe to go back to our lender around some of the debenture interest, and see if there's different rates that we could negotiate? Is that a strategy, or are we locked in?
We're pretty much locked in. We've looked at that in the past and done some analysis. That's part of the reason why we get such low rates from ACFA is that they have to know the long-term commitment to those payments. And so anytime that we've done any kind of an analysis, their payout clauses and penalties to pay out and refinance a loan are very high. And it's in the past that we've looked at it, it's never been financially viable to do that.
And we haven't heard anything from the provincial government around any debt relief or interest rate relief in relation to actual particular municipal held debt, right? We haven't heard anything from them at all, zero.
No, I mean, I think at this point they're talking, or I hear there's been discussions about potential changes to debt limits to help with this, but really for this, we're not, and ACFE also really doesn't do a lot of short-term stuff, right? And we're really looking for a short-term, potential to fill any cash crunch.
Yeah, I was just looking for a bridge. The other question I had was, I didn't think we were allowed to carry an operating deficit, but your excellent report identifies that we can. I thought we weren't allowed to carry an operating deficit.
Well, in essence, we can't. Well, so we cannot budget for an operating deficit. So our budgets have to go in balanced, which of course it would have for 20. What year were we in? 2020. Yeah. I don't even know what year we're in.
That's scary. That's scary.
Yeah. I'm usually working in 3 different fiscal years at one time. So yeah, so our budgets go in balance, but unforeseen circumstances can cause you to run a deficit. There's really nothing you can do to control that. We have adequate reserves. So the way that the regulation's written is that it's as long as we have accumulated surplus within our statements to be able to cover it, we can still run that deficit. But we do have to find a way to fund it. So we either have to utilize those reserves, permanently pull out money from those reserves to fund it, or we could potentially look at internally financing it for the current budget year and then look at recovering that over 1 or more years to make it.
Yeah, and I think it just falls in along the lines, I think, that maybe Mayor Herron was asking, because I mean, if I know that we have some pretty healthy investments as well, but I don't know what the value of that would be in relation to cashing in our investments. And would it result in greater losses from, than the interest that would be charged on anything that we would get from anywhere else. So I don't know whether or not that would make any sense. Anyways, those are my questions and comments.
Okay, Councillor Watkins.
A question, Diane, didn't you just say that interest rates are so low and the cost of capital is so low that our investments are doing way better than kind of cost of capital? So that's why you're saying it's probably just easier to go and get a line of credit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. That's my question.
Okay, good. Any more questions? Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're always looking for wisdom when we start to look at projecting into the future what we might be facing. So what sources of intelligence do we have really that will guide our decisions going into this sort of thing? School boards, certainly they must be starting to plan around September 1, would they not? I don't know what words are coming through AUMA in terms of their plan, but surely the province and the feds can give us some sort of intelligence going forward, or are they as confused as the rest of us?
Are you talking about when we're going to start getting back to normal, Wes?
Well, so we're planning here around budget scenarios in terms of managing whether or not it's the V, it's the DPW. Hopefully it's not that. And the same thing with this L. I mean, those would be devastating. But so what sort of intelligence is coming through other orders of government or other places that can give us wisdom to sort of guide not only administration, but council as we sort of consider these sorts of things? Or like you've proposed sort of just a month by month review of all this. But what else is everybody saying out there?
I don't know, Mr. Scoble, do you want to jump in on that?
Well, I mean, I don't know that we're hearing a lot yet. I mean, I think all governments, all local governments and all other levels of government are are still responding and still trying to, you know, start forecasting. So again, with this report presented to this afternoon, I mean, we're perhaps we're starting to lead in forecasting with things like the W and the L scenarios and thinking about that. You know, before Diane put these in the report, I hadn't seen those before from any other information sources. So I'd like to say I had more information than that, but at this point we're not hearing a lot right now.
Yeah. Well, and I appreciate that. I hadn't seen them either, so it was very informative. But what's going through the back of my mind is that so we talk about the costs of public transit, yet we know that the public transit industry is going to the feds for $400 million in support. I'm assuming that there are multiple asks of higher orders of government for support to municipalities. How do we factor that into the equation, or do we have to wait until the program is actually in the bag, so to speak?
Well, I guess, you know, again, not a lot's been announced, but you're correct. And I mean, the reality is that any money we receive from other levels of government is likely going to be borrowed money by those levels of government, right? And we pay taxes at all levels of government here. So, you know, the more independent and sustainable we can be without support of other levels of government is really just helping ourselves as taxpayers and all taxpayers in Canada.
Yeah, I was thinking this last night that we're in fairly good financial shape because we've managed our finances, but I'm hoping that we're not asked to drain our reserves when others that haven't financed their cities quite as well get a total bailout. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So,
And so, yeah,
anyway.
the fair and equitable kind of assistance will have to be part of our advocacy.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know whether there was a question in there or not, but when we were considering this, I needed to ask those questions, thinking somebody else may have some wisdom.
And you know, that's a good point, Wes. And I sent you that email that I'm going to go talk to the Standing Committee on Finance at the federal government. I will absolutely bring that in because I had heard that there was going to be a federal bailout, as you call it, to cover off deficits. And my first question was, well, then let's not pull out of reserves. Let's just run a deficit, right? Get it. So we'll have to keep our eye on that.
Fair enough.
Any more questions? Wes, since you're still unmuted, can I get you to make the motion?
Sure.
Thank you.
That the April 20th, 2020 agenda report titled COVID-19 Financial Scenarios be received as information. That administration provide monthly financial updates as more revenue and expense data becomes available and modeling is refined to inform any further financial management decisions required of council. And thirdly, that council continue to implement the budget approved on December the 16th of 2019, subject to administration recommended amendments being presented on May the 4th of 2020.
Excellent. Accept that. Any opening comments? We're good?
Good.
All right, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Yeah, I acknowledge the people over the Capitol side, and Diane, I don't want you to feel left out. Because like my kids will come to me and say, what day is it? Because every day seems similar. And they can't necessarily tell them apart. And I can think that for you, the same is the case, except for every day for you is a work day. So if the Saturday and Monday are the same for you, really is just probably you have a higher turnaround time on the Saturday for trying to get stuff done. So I just want to acknowledge what you and your staff have been doing, because the amount of extra hours are being put in, and I don't think people are even recognizing it at home, how many extra hours the staff have had to put in to try to do these turnaround times, to try to come up with scenarios and try to have them actually be something that we can bank on. We've had so many models that have been presented to us that have been totally unreliable, that we've actually people made decisions on. And I think that what you're trying to bring forward are realistic models that are coming forward here. And it's not necessarily easy to do these things. This isn't just something that I would expect you'd have had done in your resume, was, you know, preparing for doomsday models and how we're going to come out of it. So I just wanted to acknowledge what you've put out there. And like this came to us last minute over the weekend. So it was obvious that Saturday was not a Saturday for you and your staff. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I'm hoping that it's the best case scenario out of the 4 that gave forward to us, because if it's not, St. Albert's in a better financial situation than many, but for those that are up to their eyeballs in debt and now going into the situation, the amount of help is what that's being expected on so many different levels is going to be overwhelming. So I'm glad that we are in the situation that we are right now. But that being said, I don't like being in this situation at all. So thank you.
Anyone else? I think, Diane, you could also pass on some of the thanks to Resource X and anyone else that's been helping behind the scenes to gather these scenarios and put the data together. I feel like St. Albert is really out leading what it's going to look like for mid-sized cities, and also how we're going to recover from this, for at least in our kind of cohort size group. So thank you for all of that, and thank you, Mr. Scoble, for whatever you've done to help move this along. Oh, Councillor Mackay.
Just a question in relation to this. We got this incredible work. Thank you very much. I have to add my kudos as well. Thank you very much, Diane, and your staff, and actually for all of whoever contributed. Is this public?
Yes, it's public as part of the
Is it on? Is it on our website now? Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
When it was emailed to us, it got uploaded to Granicus, which means it's on our website.
Perfect. Thank you. I just would encourage anybody who's watching, or if anybody, to look at it, because it does provide a number of different scenarios. And I think for many communities, as you identified and Councillor Hughes has identified, that there are in a lot of difficulty from an economic downside from the pandemic. And so if it's administration, previous councils, or whoever that have put us into this good position to at least ride out our short-term impacts, congratulations. Again, we hear that municipalities carry, what, 60% of the infrastructure and most of the other services that we provide directly to our residents. And so we still have to maintain services while looking at the financial impacts. So congratulations.
I put an interesting interview with the mayors of Toronto, Winnipeg, and Calgary that CBC did with Vasti Capellos the other day, and one of the comments was, "I can see the big cities in Edmonton having a problem like this, but not St. Albert." And I'm like, nope, it's going to happen in St. Albert. It's going to happen in towns across the country, everywhere. But it impacts, I think, those of us who are providing some of the bigger services like transit and recreation a lot more than it would affect some of the counties and the smaller villages. So yes, what is the hashtag I keep using? In this together. So anything else to close?
Well, you guys have said it very well.
All right, call for the vote. That's unanimous. So we're going to schedule this update. Is this, Mr. Scoble, is this coming to council on a monthly basis then? Or is it just?
Yeah, we'll talk with it at agenda planning.
Okay.
No problems bringing it forward to council meetings. So the
okay.
third, I guess that'd be the 19th of May, I believe, right after Victoria Day.
Okay. And that looks like then May 4th, we can go ahead with the budget adjustments as we normally would have.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Cheryl, can you please bring in our guests?
They're ready to go.
Excellent. And who do we have with us? I don't have names. Oh yeah, I do. John Stelter, KPMG. Is just John joining us today? Oh, here he is. Hello, John. There you are. You're on mute. Is it just you joining us today?
Yeah, I actually have my senior manager, Caitlin. I'm not sure if she is joined in or not. I can run direct.
I see Caitlin there. Caitlin, you don't have to turn on your video, but you might like to say hi, see your face.
Yes, it is connecting right now, but I can hear you guys.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for joining us. Sorry that we're a few minutes late. We just really wanted to finish off one big agenda item. So all about the financial impacts of the virus, but we're going to actually reflect back on 2019 in the good old days with your report. So I'll turn it over to you, John, and take it away.
Great. Thank you very much. Again, my name is John Stelter, and I'm a partner representing KPMG, the external auditors for the City of St. Albert. And yes, we will be reflecting on the good old days of about 6 weeks ago. I'm here today to report the findings of our audit for the City of St. Albert for the year ended December 31st, 2019. The results of our audit are summarized in the audit findings document that has been provided to all members of council as part of your package. I would not propose to go through it in detail, but what I will do is hit a few highlights in the document for you. The report and our findings build on the audit planning report, which we presented to council on September 23rd, 2019. So in summary, we have completed our audit of the consolidated financial statements of the City of St. Albert for the year ended December 31st, 2019. And we'll be in a position to release our final auditor's report once final approval is received from council, which I would expect to be this afternoon. We are satisfied that the city's consolidated financial statements are fairly presented and that all significant accounting policies, estimates, and disclosures in the financial statements are appropriate for the year ended December 31st, 2019. In addition to reporting on the city, we report separately on the municipal financial information return of the city. It's the same financial information in a consistent format for all municipalities across the province. And again, we'll issue a clear audit opinion on that separate report. We also conduct specified procedures as requested by the local authority's pension plan in terms of contributions made to that plan on behalf of all of your employees. And that work was carried out and completed without exception. The final report that we do issue as part of our overall mandate is with respect to a special grant report for a community and support services funding that you receive from the province. And again, that work is substantially complete, awaiting some small information from a few of the organizations that you support. But again, not anticipating any concern with respect to that final report, and it'll be issued as soon as we gather the last pieces of our audit evidence. In addition, we are separately engaged by the St. Albert Public Library and report on their financial results. That was the first meeting that we had by Zoom about 4 weeks ago now. And so those results were absolutely presented, approved by the library board, and are included within the overall consolidated results of the city. Our audit plan and also our audit findings report talks to the areas that we focused our audit effort and attention on this year. And the matters that were laid out within the plan included the recognition of revenue amounts subject to external restrictions. Those would be external grants that you have, again, mostly relating to capital funding that you receive from the province of Alberta. We're satisfied that you complied with all terms and conditions of all external funding in the current year. We also look to the completeness existence of your property tax assessments and tax calculations for the year, and the tax revenues that were reflected are in accordance with the authorized amount of taxes for 2019 as authorized by council. We look at the nature of the investments that are held by the city as well. Your investment portfolios are very conservative, which is invested mostly in fixed income and shorter term fixed income instruments. It's a really good place to have your money nowadays because you make a small return, which is far better than what most people are getting out in the equity markets right now. So your investments are in the bank, well protected, and the value of them actually went up a little bit after year end. We look to contributions of tangible assets. So those assets that developers construct on your behalf and transfer to the city. We ensure that they're recorded once the city takes responsibility for the respective assets, and they're recorded at the value that the developers ultimately paid for them. You've got good processes in place right now where you get good information from the developers that support the results and the amounts included in your records. We also look to capital assets that you purchase, ensure that those assets that are bought by the city are reflected at, again, the value that you paid for them and appropriately supported. we are comfortable that the assets that you've purchased are appropriately reflected in your financial statements. We think about any environmental or other potential contingencies that might be outstanding. That was an area of focus a couple years ago when there were new accounting standards. You've just kept along with the same and appropriate treatment, and all obligations that might be out there are appropriately considered and reflected in your results. We then look at the overall spend to make sure where you're spending your operating dollars, again, are appropriately supported and reflected in your financial statements, and all expenditures were appropriately authorized and reflected. Last place that we focus attention, or the planned area, was looking at the biggest single expenditure the city has, which is the salary and benefit costs, and we make sure that they're, again, appropriately supported and authorized, and also disclosure of council compensation as required by legislation is reflected in your financial results. Then the last area, which was the one that was brand new for us all after the year end, was thinking about the overall implications of COVID-19, and does it have any implications for your historic scorekeeping? Answer to that is no. So the results are what they are for 2019. We also think about whether there are any implications on a go-forward basis. And there's a long list of decisions and discussions, which I'm sure you've just had and will continue to have, about those broad implications. Your financial statements do include a subsequent events note, which speak to the fact that there has been an event, which is COVID-19, and it speaks to the fact that the city is taking action with respect to that, and that you're not yet sure about the final financial implications of it. So that's what your results reflect. And again, I'm satisfied that disclosure is transparent enough and is required in your financial results. So I'm satisfied on an overall basis that all areas of focus for our audit have been addressed, and we've gathered sufficient evidence. There were two small differences identified during our work, both of which were corrected by the time we got to the end of the year. One of them related to certain developer levy revenues, which had been recognized in a prior year, which more appropriately would have been reflected currently. And so that was adjusted by management by end of the year. And another was with respect to your investment portfolios, and you had recorded a bit too much interest income on your bond portfolios in the past, again, fully corrected by management at the end of the year. No concerns about any unadjusted matters at the end of the year. Another area that we focus our attention is we focus on the numbers, but then also any operational or business processes and areas for improvement. Our findings document does raise and discuss several items that were raised in prior years around capital budgeting processes, alignment of your internal external financial reporting, processes around contributions of tangible assets, and year-end cutoff of information relating to capital asset purchases. Those matters, again, the status of them is fully laid out in the findings document. We're satisfied that in 2 of the 4 matters they're already addressed, and then the other 2, management's making appropriate progress to concluding those matters. In the current year, we did raise a couple of additional matters. I'd consider them not to be substantive in terms of the overall results. Just encouraging you to continue along your purchasing process enhancements, which you've begun back in the fall. And it's, again, we are absolutely encourage you to continue down that process in terms of automating a number of your purchasing processes. And then there are some other, I think, smaller areas in terms of tracking your outstanding capital accrual processes and how you track outstanding older deposit liabilities. On an overall basis, I'm satisfied none of the matters that have been raised impact our overall audit opinion or ability to report to you. The city's annual report includes a draft of our independent auditor's report. Again, that report, subject to your approval today, will be released and signed, and it is a clean opinion. We're, again, very satisfied and happy with the opportunity to work with the City of St. Albert and your administration team. It was a bit of a challenge as we went through the year end, but again, very happy to be able to report to you, and with all of the hard work and efforts by your team, we were able to report to you and still meet the original legislated deadlines, which are in reality well in advance of what ultimately you'll have to deal with. But again, happy to present that result today. I'd be pleased to answer any question any members of council may have.
Excellent. All right, I'm looking at my council. Is there any questions you have about our auditor? I'm seeing no hands fly up. Initially, John, I always ask as well if you believe there is any reason that you need to talk to the 7 elected members of this council in an in-camera session away from our staff. So I'll give you that opportunity to let me know if you feel that's necessary.
I do not have any matters to report or discuss.
Glad to hear that, because I don't know how we would have actually logistically done that. But council, you have the same opportunity if you would like to ask our auditors anything in camera. Give me a hands up. I'm seeing heads shaking. Councillor Hanson, question.
I don't have a question. I just really wanted to say it's a great report. I really like the way you lay it out. I like the way that you provide us with your areas of focus in the prior years and what we've done over the years in the current year and how we're resolving and improving all the time. So for those of us who are not in the finance world, that's very helpful. So Thank you.
Yeah, it does help. I agree. Okay, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I just had a question. Just seems like it's a.
You're muted. Ray? You're muted.
Okay.
Yeah. Start again.
It seems like it's a very, very clean report and we're doing everything right. Is that a fair synopsis?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It just seems like it seemed like a very glowing report, and every area you covered, it seemed like we were doing it in those areas that we were told to improve on previously. It seems like we're improving on them also. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and good synopsis, Councillor Watkins. It's exactly it. We're doing a good job.
Seems like it, yeah.
All right, any questions? This was quite easy. All right, can I have a member of council receive the report as information? And there's two motions there. Did I see a hand fly? I'm just going to pick on someone. Councillor
I can
Jolly? Go ahead.
So I think it's just that the city's 2019, oh, sorry. You know what? I'm on the wrong page. Someone else can go.
Councillor Hanson?
That the report titled 2019 City of St. Albert Audit Findings Report provided as an attachment to the April 20th, 2020 agenda report titled Auditor's Year-End Communication be received as information. And number 2, that administration provide a status update on the audit recommendations as outlined in the report entitled 2019 City of St. Albert Audit Findings Report at the Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee on October 13th, 2020.
Excellent. Any opening comments?
No, I think they've all been said. Well, I guess thanks to the finance team that works along with our auditors. That's always it's always helpful to the auditors when you've got a good team to work with. So
yeah, exactly.
Good job on everybody's part.
All right, calling for the vote. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you for that. And thank you guys for joining us. You can.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if you're allowed to stick around for the next part, but you're welcome.
I think if allowed, I'll stay for the financial report
Sure.
provided by our administration team and then sign off.
Okay, I'm fine with that. All right, so Diana, you doing the next part?
Miss Barclay will be presenting.
Okay. Sorry. Oh yeah, I do have Brenda written down. Hi, Brenda.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how about you?
Good, thanks. I didn't know if Kevin was going first on the corporate priorities, but I'm happy to go now.
Oh, right, because we have the annual report and then the
Yeah.
financials. Kevin, do you want to do the annual report first?
Yeah, maybe we'll do it that way. And I guess just to clarify before I get started, would you like to do the corporate business plan and then ask questions, or do you just want?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
let's do your section. We'll ask questions and then we'll move on to Brenda and the financials. Okay.
Okay, I will try to share my screen here. Everybody see that?
Sure can.
All right, So March 2020 marked the beginning of an unprecedented time, not only for our community, but also for the world. So due to the novel coronavirus pandemic, life as we knew it collectively and was abruptly altered. So from social to economic changes, the COVID-19 public health crisis has reshaped our community. That said, the accomplishments reflected in this 2019 annual report give us pause to celebrate and to remember that together we are strong. So on behalf of administration, I'm pleased to introduce the City of St. Albert's 2019 annual report. Our presentation has been divided into 3 sections. I'll present an overview of the city's programs and services in 2019, as well as the progress that administration has made towards implementing council's strategic plan. Brenda Barkley will present council with an overview of the financial statements to conclude the presentation. Sorry, there seems to be a little bit of a lag. Anyways, council is committed to being more forward thinking and completed the advanced planning required to meet the community's needs, not only for tomorrow, but for decades to come. So in 2019, administration noted the following accomplishments supporting this. Revision of the municipal development plan continues to progress. Next steps include completing a draft of the MDP and preparing for community engagement on that draft. The city is also currently engaged in 2 annexation discussions, one with Sturgeon County and another with the City of Edmonton. The Annexation Negotiating Committee of Council has approved an annexation technical line, and there's been some work on that subsequently. And work will continue on the development of the financial impact assessment. Also, a bit of progress on that since, keeping in mind this is a 2019 snapshot, so I'm not really talking about what we've done so far in 2020. Discussions and meetings with the City of Edmonton continued on the other annexation, and technical reports were completed and will help inform next steps in the months ahead regarding current boundary adjustments within the adjacent area. And then finally on this slide, the city is undertaking a 5-phase project to assess the city's regional competitiveness. The competitive analysis, part A, was completed, and the land development process, part B, will be completed shortly here in 2020. Economic development remains a priority for the City of St. Albert. Part of pursuing economic development includes ensuring proper statutory plans are in place, effective processes guide applications from start to finish, and the city is focused on industries that will bring the most value to the community. So in 2019, administration had the following accomplishments: an invitation to tender for preliminary engineering and geotechnical studies related to the development of the area structure plans for Lakeview Business District, and the Badger Lands was completed. Administration is working to define the scope for third-party led ASPs, support and review of planning applications as part of the core service delivery of St. Albert, and we've been working hard to get those before council. We got first reading of one later here today. The Green Tape 2.0 initiative will map and improve the existing development process. This initiative aligns with the competitive analysis work being done under strategic priority number 1. And key initiatives were completed and related to business growth and development include the business retention and expansion study, a report outlining 10 niche sectors for further evaluation, and exploration of potential partnerships to support entrepreneurs. In terms of transportation, this has always been one of the key priorities for the city. The positive momentum created on this priority in 2018 carried into 2019. So the following accomplishments were noted. The province of Alberta and City of St. Albert signed an agreement for funding the widening of Ray Given Drive over the next 10 years. Preliminary engineering work was completed for phase 1 in 2019, which is the South City limit to just north of Leclerc Way. Implementation of the intelligent transportation strategy continued into 2019. Pilots with 2 different technologies tested adaptive signal controls at some intersections along St. Albert Trail and Boudreau Road. And work on the arterial network improvement strategy also began. So we started construction at St. Albert Trail and Boudreau Road, and progress was also made on Fowler Way, Neil Ross, and Villeneuve Road projects. And the Regional Transit Services Commission transition team, chaired by Councillor Broadhead, completed its final report. Our 4th council strategic priority has been expanded to identify, build, and enhance needed critical and strategic infrastructure. So in 2019, the Regional Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Task Force between the City of St. Albert and Sturgeon County worked to develop and endorse principles of collaboration, a gap analysis, and environmental scan. Work also started on development of the ICF bylaw. We also did the work with Edmonton on theirs and have that signed ICF agreement now. The Asset Management Committee has been working to inventory, assess, and estimate the cost of existing assets for both facilities and equipment. The intention of this work is to understand the total cost of ownership and have an accurate assessment of the city's inventory. And throughout 2019, the administration identified, researched, and selected 3 potential locations for a new community amenity site and consulted with the public and neighboring municipalities. And of course, that site was selected in early 2020. Our community is regularly ranked as one of the best places in Canada to live, and council is committed to maintaining our high quality of life, which helps us to attract residents, visitors, businesses, and visitors to St. Albert. So in 2019, we had the following accomplishments. Growth scenarios have been incorporated into the municipal development plan revision and include intensification targets. Work continued on MGP policy development, which will inform the revitalization strategies under this priority. Work around affordable housing also progressed in 2019. A best practices summary document was developed based on research from comparator communities and the feedback provided by social service stakeholders and community housing providers. The Mayor's Task Force to End Homelessness continued its work to review data, explored best practices at the regional, provincial, and national levels, and developed actionable recommendations for Council's consideration. And the final strategic priority, environment. Council's environmental priority recognizes the impact of the global changes to recycling markets and other factors that have had direct impacts on St. Albert. We will continue to explore innovative environmental and conservation opportunities. So in 2019, Council approved the proposed single-use item reduction strategy work plan. The city incorporated the curbside leaf pickup for 2019 to be plastic free, and a request for proposal was initiated for a curbside waste composition study to be completed this year. The city explored opportunities for alternative servicing and is conducting a pilot in collaboration with the City of Edmonton to investigate ways to generate revenue from solid waste gasification. So work on this pilot is continuing. The city continued to investigate net zero residential development by conducting benchmarking research and site visits to comparator communities with net zero residential neighborhoods established. So the white paper summarizing these findings was completed. And then finally, the city has started documenting the current state of master planning across the organization in order to develop a new long-range planning framework for St. Albert. This framework will provide more structure to how the city executes on long-term planning documents and will ensure alignment with the community vision and the revised municipal development plan. So that's the end of the corporate business section. If we wanted to pause there for any questions.
Let's do that. So put your hand up if you have any questions, Council, or let me know. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Scoble, I'm just wondering, the waste to energy project, there was a deadline of having it done by either the beginning or middle or somewhere in May. So do we think that you're going to be able to meet that, or how is that going in light of the current situation?
Well, definitely we've probably lost, the 5 or 6 weeks we've been dealing with the pandemic here. There's a couple of meetings in the next couple of weeks. Okay. And following the outcomes of those, we'll decide at that time if we can stick within the timelines or need to ask for an extension from council.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
That's the only question? I think that just means, Mr. Scoble, you've been keeping us up to date pretty frequently, and we're pretty much well aware of this, more for the public than anything. Okay, Brenda, let's move on to the financials. I waited till you put that straw in your mouth.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to share my screen as well. Start. Okay, there we go. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm here this afternoon to present the 2019 audited consolidated financial statements. These consolidated statements include the city operations, its utilities, the St. Albert Public Library, and the Arts and Heritage Foundation. In 2019, the city's financial position remains strong at 87.7 million of net assets, which is made up of the city's financial assets of 224.5 million, less liabilities of 136.8 million. The city also has non-financial assets, which include tangible capital assets, prepaids, inventories of materials and supplies, totaling just over 1 billion. This has resulted in an accumulated surplus or municipal equity of 1.1 billion. I will now break this down in the next few slides. The city's financial assets increased by 16.2 million from 2018. This increase can be attributed to the following areas. Cash and investments together has increased a net amount of 17.7 million due to capital grants from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, or MSI, and the Federal Gas Tax Fund. There was also a decrease in accounts receivable of 2 million, which is due to the timing of collections on accounts. On this slide, you can see the total cash and investments of 208 million broken out into bar graphs. 47 million is in 0 to 90 days, which consists mainly of cash and cash equivalents. And cash equivalents include things like high interest savings accounts and notice plan accounts. 48 million is in short-term investments, and this is 91 days to 3 years, which includes short-term bonds, GICs, and term deposits. And 113 million is in our long-term bond portfolio, which is from 3 years to 10 years. This slide goes into a little more detail on the city's liabilities. For 2019, they are listed at 136.8 million, which is up 10.7 million from 2018. This is mainly due to the following. Deferred revenue increased by 12.5 million due to capital funding received from MSI of 13.6 and the Federal Gas Tax Fund of 7.5. This revenue is deferred until we spend it. Offsite levy liabilities also increased by 1.6 million, mainly due to developer levies from Jensen Lakes and South Real Stages 7 and 8. There was also a net decrease of 2.9 million in long-term debt. This is due to the additional financing obtained for Project 9 of 2 million, plus principal repayments of 4.9 on all loans. This chart just shows the pie chart of our debt currently, 40 million in total. So you can see Regamin Drive in blue, 14.9 million. We've got Service Credit Union at 13.7 and Project 9 or the North Interceptor trunk line at 11.4. So Ray Gibbon Drive, just to recap, that loan ends in 2027. Service Place, the 2 loans end in 2025. And Project 9 has 2 loans. One ends in 3 years and the other is much longer and ends in 20 years. Now I'll carry on to the city's non-financial assets. In 2019, these assets increased by 23.6 million from 2018. This increase is largely attributable to the increase in tangible capital assets, or TCA. The majority of the TCA balance is made up of buildings, land, roads, machinery, and equipment. The main categories that attributed to this increase are as follows. So engineering structures increased from 2018 by 55.7 million. This was due to 22 million for Project 9 and 8 million from developer contributed assets and other projects. Land improvement also increased by 8 million, which was due to 3 million for the barrier wall, 1 million for Lacombe Park building, and again, various other projects. Oh, wait. Oh, I have to go back. Sorry, I missed one. Okay, I'll just speak to it. I won't speak to this one. I missed a slide. So non-financial assets. Oh, I did that. Sorry. Overall, the city's accumulated surplus or municipal equity increased by 29 million from 2018 to 2019. The majority of accumulated surplus is made up of just over $1 billion in equity and TCA. And equity and TCA is made up of tangible capital assets, less depreciation, less debt. And then we also have 136 million in reserves. So sorry, I went past a slide there. So I'll speak to this slide. This slide is our statement of operations showing the city's revenue and expenses on a consolidated basis. The first section of the statement focuses on the consolidated operating revenue and expenses, which resulted in an annual surplus before capital revenue of 0.5 million. And then the city's capital revenue was 28.5 million. And capital revenue is made up of contributed tangible capital assets, developer contributions and levies, and government capital transfers. This resulted in an annual surplus of 29 million. And this annual surplus is different than the operating surplus that you always hear about because the annual surplus includes non-cash items such as amortization and contributed assets. Again,
Too bad that
overall,
can't,
this,
I was gonna say, it's too bad that can't be our operating surplus.
yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Eh? Again, overall, this is a very good positive trend from 2018 that shows that the accumulated surplus, or again, municipal equity of the city continues to increase. Amortization wasn't budgeted for in 2019, but is part of the 2020 budget and subsequent ones. So more detailed variances and explanations on the functional departments can be found in the quarterly fourth quarter report that was presented to council as an information item on February 18th. So this now concludes my presentation and I will take any questions.
All right, thank you, Brenda. Any questions on the financials? Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Brenda, for your presentation. You said that the deferred revenue that we've got on the books from MSI and the federal gas tax funding is on the books because we haven't spent it.
Correct.
Right? So are there provisions around having to spend that by a certain time before we get more or less from the government? And should we be spending
I
it?
think maybe Diane, she popped her head in, so she might want to answer that.
Okay, thanks. she probably knows more specifics than I do on it, but yeah, go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, so the money we would have received for the MSI and the federal gas tax would be on projects that are actually already kind of approved. So even though we get an annual allocation for those types of grants, we still actually have to apply on a project by project basis. So those, and sometimes they give us the money ahead of time, and sometimes we have to submit all of our financial reports and we receive the money after. So it kind of depends when we actually get the cash. So this is in cases where we've gotten the cash ahead of time on an approved project. And I wouldn't say there's so much, the bigger issue with MSI is that we have 5 years to basically have our allocation sort of assigned or approved projects attached to it. We have about a 5-year timeline to do that. But once the project is approved, it can pretty much just move forward at whatever pace. And they're also pretty good about if there was ever an issue with that we typically can apply for extensions.
Okay, so, but they do like to know exactly what we're spending their grant money on, and we have to report on all that. And there are some specific timelines, whether they're over 5 years or project based or whatever.
Yeah, those ones are all very much project based, so we have to get approval on the actual project before we can assign those dollars to it.
Okay, thanks so much. Sorry,
Diane, didn't that change? I thought the UCP had changed that, so we don't have to get approval, we just have to report at the end.
I think you're right. The UCP was just putting that in. I'm not sure if that's been implemented yet or if it's coming, but yeah, you are correct. I kind of forgot about that.
Thought that was a good change. Any more questions? I can't believe there's no questions. So Diane, Brenda, what is our actual operating surplus then?
It was approximately 1.7 million, which we did transfer into the stabilization reserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which we need now.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any questions? Again, another good report, clear and easy to read in our package. So it reduces the amount of questions. Any councillor want to make this motion? Did I see you wave at me, Councillor Watkins? Go ahead.
I will move that the city's 2019 annual report consolidated financial statements for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2019 be approved.
Thank you for that. Any opening comments?
No, I just think it's a great report. Well done.
Anyone else? Councillor Jolly?
Thank you. I just really want to quickly say this isn't applying to 2019, but One of the notes in the report was that for the last 18 years, the city has received a Canadian Award for Financial Reporting for its annual financial reports. And Diane and Brenda, that's on your team. So you guys are doing great work. Thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out. Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, that's 7 hands in the RIC. Yes. Okay, moving on. That's auditor. Did the bless, did the time extension on consent, did capital projects, did financial series, did pound maker. Okay, we are on the concept plan now, 8.8. And I hope all of you saw Carrie sent out an email this morning. They had some external opinions on this and made a couple of changes. Carrie, do you want to go through the changes, or how?
What I'll do is I'll just go through I'll just kind of give the highlights of the report, and then at the end of the report we'll bring up the concept plan on screen, okay. And then Trevor and myself can review that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. So basically, the purpose of this report is to identify the scope of the administration's proposed concept plan for recovery for COVID-19 pandemic, for the pandemic. So what we're looking at through this process is the path forward to emphasize the importance of recovery, the enactment of a bylaw to create a governance level recovery task force, and that's going to be coming up later under bylaws on the agenda package, and the approval of the attached concept plan. Before we get into the nuts and bolts of the report and the attachment and the attached plan, one of the best parts of this approach that's being brought forward is to have a recovery task force made up of council members and the community members to put a community lens on the project. And that's really going to help us in a recovery and making sure that we're not just focused on the internal, as that external is going to be really the driving force behind this recovery planning. So as we kind of go through the whole, I guess, where we're kind of in terms of the pandemic planning and into recovery, there are 5 phases of emergency management, and those are protection and prevention, response, recovery, and resiliency and stability. So response is focused on achieving stability and critical vital service delivery, and this is the work that the EOC is doing, and that's where we are right now in terms of that process. But one of the things with recovery planning, it needs to be happening at the same time as recovery. So response needs to focus on achieving stability and critical vital service delivery. I'm sorry, and then basically, I guess, repeating myself there, is that moving into that is what we want to make sure is a recovery is focused on the same time as our response. So recovery, it focuses on achieving the new normal. It focuses on the mid to long-term goals and planning. So one of the things we want to be able to look at with concept plan is designed to highlight key action areas, objectives, and outcomes for both external and internal facing groups. So the advisory committee will play a role in external focused areas at the government's level. So the City of St. Albert has a fully recovered from COVID-19 and are continued to be recognized as one of the best communities in Canada to live, work, and play. The city adopts new ways of service delivery that contribute to long-range recovery and future sustainability, reflecting a post-COVID-19 operating environment. And also what we want to get out of this committee is how to prepare for a future pandemic if it does occur, both operationally and financially. This approach will ensure that the task force members are kept fully informed of what the city is doing and intends to do on the internal operational level, while maintaining a government's lens on the external action areas. So for example, when working with the task force, would be that they'd be developing the strategies for business sector and community partner supports, while tasking the recovery team to develop the actions, activities, and objectives required to meet the identified outcomes. The concept plan has been forwarded to recovery experts in the province to provide advice on the actions, objectives, and outcomes for success The feedback from the consultants that we just received on the weekend was create a focus on the external task force while emphasizing residents and business supports and mitigation. These changes have been integrated into the plan this morning and shared with council and uploaded on the public agenda site. Changes highlighted in yellow. So the recovery experts that we were working with was Brian McGilvery and Dana Woodsworth from Associate Engineering, who have extensive experience in both municipal and provincial resilience and recovery on both the wildfires and flooding, etc. So they do have over 35 years of that type of planning, and so they do have that background to be able to provide us their expert lens on our recovery planning. And before I turn it over to Trevor to review the concept plan.
Oh,
I think he's frozen.
yeah, froze.
And
Why
I just
don't
wanted
we-
to tell-
Oh, Carrie, you froze for a sec there.
Yeah, am I still frozen?
No, you're good now. Yeah.
Okay, it's my internet in my house, and I can't bring in anyone to help me fix it. So before I turn it over to Trevor to review the concept plan, I just wanted to say that we're ahead on our recovery planning compared to other municipalities in Canada. I was just talking with some of my colleagues on the East Coast and West Coast, and they're not even contemplating even getting into recovery yet. So it's kudos to St. Albert for even entering into this foray now, because the best, I guess the best practice is to be both, recovery and response at the same time. So I'm just going to share my screen, and then we'll kind of jump into the review of the concept plan. So Trevor, did you want to kind of walk through this?
Yeah, I can. Can everyone hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie, and good afternoon, Council. So I think Carrie's provided a pretty good overview of the plan, but the highlighted areas in yellow, that's what is different from the initial version that was sent out to Council on Friday. So those have been highlighted. Really, there's not a whole lot of substantive changes. It's just kind of been reframed a little bit to have more of the external and resident kind of facing aspects of the plan on the top, I guess you could say. So I guess starting from the top left-hand corner, those are the four kind of driving questions that this project is going to be looking at. And then there are kind of two different lenses of work that are occurring. So one is more the external facing, and that's really where the advisory committee plays an enhanced role. And then there are things that the city is already in the process of undertaking. Diane already spoke to some of the financial strategies that we're looking at. But the bottom four kind of action areas are really work that will be driven internally by a task force that's located within the EOC of administration. I guess the third box is guiding principles of resilience and decision making. So there's some best practice principles that are incorporated into this. And this is also the principles that are going to be driving decision making moving forward amongst administration, that task force within the EOC, as we look at taking some action to help the community recover in the mid to long term. And then once we go through the different arrows and segmenting out kind of the different action areas we're going to be looking at, each area has a different primary objective. And that's really to get into the next level of detailed planning around specific actions the city could or should be taking in the mid to long term to help the community and our business community recover. And then we've identified some desired outcomes as well. At the end of the day, our end state is that we're fully recovered from this event. We continue to be recognized as one of the best communities in Canada. And potentially that we look at adopting new innovative ways of service delivery. So for example, are there things that we've learned from this event that can help us provide services more efficiently or differently in the future? Those are things we're going to be looking at. There are a host of risks and challenges moving forward, given that we're still actively within the response phase of emergency management. We're going to have to, as response transitions more, or recovery takes a more active kind of leading role as the pandemic kind of changes, there's going to be some things that we need to keep our eyes on, including alignment and timing with other governments, not only regionally, but obviously with the different orders that are in place provincially, as well as ensuring that we're communicating in a timely manner to all stakeholders. We've also identified some performance indicators. At the end of this, do we know if we've been successful or not? And then the back page more or less just sets out some parameters for the advisory committee moving forward. And I think that'll be spoken to a little bit more in the next agenda item, but we have a reporting structure, as I mentioned, housed within the EOC at this point in time, and then an infographic there just distinguishing between the different phases of response and recovery and how we're trying to manage some of that transition and overlap that's occurring. So I think that's pretty much everything at a high level. And unless Mr. Hiltz has anything else to add, happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Just have to figure out how to get out of this screen. Okay.
And maybe you want to leave the screen on there in case there's any actual
Okay, yeah, I'll
questions.
bring it back up again, but I'm just trying to bring up.
Maybe
so people
go
can see
back up to the
video.
top of it.
Oh, there it is. Stop sharing. There we go. Thank you. So then we can bring it back up if I need to.
Okay, all right, so question from Councillor Mackay and then Councillor Hanson.
Mine's not so much a question, but just kudos basically in relation to your diagram or your logic chart, whatever you want to call it. For somebody that's been involved in emergency management, it was very comprehensive and I appreciated it. And certainly I think it recognizes that recovery is just one, very important, but it also is very interdependent on the other different phases of emergency management. And the ultimate goal, which you touched on, Trevor, which is outstanding, is not only hoping to return some sense of normalcy, but to build confidence in our residents, but also that builds resiliency. And is how do we deal with something going forward so that we're better prepared than we were when we were impacted by not only, this could be whatever, in this case it's a pandemic, but it moves us through the phases, very good, but at the same time you got to realize it's all very interdependent. And I think you've identified that very well, and the feedback that you got from your experts is very important because you've identified that confidence building or building resiliency, which is very critical, and I was really happy to see it. Thank you.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, yeah, great plan, and I don't have all the emergency preparedness behind me like Councillor Mackay does, but I feel good about getting prepared for a recovery and being in a planning state for that. I guess the question I would have is around who our partners could potentially be, because I do see that we're obviously going to need resident support on the advisory committee. You know, I'm thinking back to the days that I sat on the G Sacred School Board, and we talked about the pandemic back in about 2011 while I sat on that board, and we talked about shutting schools down, and we talked about lack of emergency care workers who were going to be getting sick. We talked about opening up our schools at that time. So, you know, as has been noted on the news, Alberta has been pretty much ahead of the mitigation plan in terms of pandemics and such. Is this task force, I know that it's got a time limit. I guess what keeps me up at night is what happens if something compounds COVID-19? what happens if we have another event during this time? Are we going to have the types of people on a task force that are flexible enough to be, I guess, dealing with more than just a pandemic? I mean, what happens if there is a fire? What happens if there is a tornado? What happens? And are we going to be prepared in a more general way going forward? I guess, is that the ultimate plan?
I might even jump in because Councillor Henson, that's kind of the next agenda topic is who's sitting on the task force.
I know, but that's the task force is very related to COVID-19, and that's why I'm asking it at this juncture.
So do you want, are you suggesting that we change the scope of the concept plan to?
No, well, I'm not suggesting anything because I don't think that I have the expertise to change that, but I don't see school boards here, for example. Okay. And of course they've got a lot to offer. And so are we hitting all the partners? I'm just asking the question.
Okay, I think Kerry actually would like to jump in. I saw his hand up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Worship, and to Councillor Hanson. Yeah, that's a really great question. And one of the great things that we're kind of learning through this process is we'd have our response and recovery running at the same time. So if another issue or incident happened that caused response to jump back into the fray, that they're there and they'd be able to provide all of that expertise, immediate short-term planning. And then a recovery will be able to work off of that planning moving forward. And really, when it comes down to that committee, it's going to be up to the 3 members of council to really and all of council to really decide who would best make those other members on the committee. And right now, we're looking at a committee of up to 10 people. That could be expanded if we do need, and it can also be people who you bring in for short periods of time and also off the committee for periods of time. It's going to be, and plus there's going to be that opportunity to do those smaller subcommittees who'll be able to provide expertise in the various areas of social or economic. So it's not going to be just limited through that time period, but it's going to be a very dynamic working relationship between the municipality and that response task force.
Okay, and I thank you for that. And I guess looking at this from even a higher level, we ask our provincial government to do cross-ministry work. We ask them to bring in different fields for various things. And I guess that's what I'm saying here, is that we do need to have a really good cross-section. If we're going to phase ourselves back in, what does our daycare in St. Albert look like? I mean, that's a social issue. What does schooling look like? Is it part-time schooling? I mean, I know that we have to be focused on what the city is doing, but we really have to be, I think we have to have a holistic approach to the municipality. And that's all I'll say.
Good points.
Yeah.
Councillor Hughes. And then
Thank
Councillor
you.
Jolly, sorry.
So Natalie can go first if you prefer, but it's
That's okay. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So when I look at this, it looks like an outline, it looks like a detailed outline. What I'm wondering is, when is the detailed plan? Because everything is establish a detailed plan. So when are we planning to put the committees together to establish the detailed plan? And when are the detailed plans planning to be put forward?
So good question, Councillor Hughes, and through your worship, and I'll probably ask Trevor to jump in here as well. We are working on those detailed plans right now. We kind of are working on hopefully having the committee to be able to have that first initial meeting after the May long weekend. So that's the May 19th. So we are working on those right now, and we're kind of hoping to have some of those details by that May 19th date.
So,
Trevor?
and how, is it by invitation to get on the committee or these other committees, or is it going to be?
The next report under bylaw, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but we're actually looking at, from the council committee, it would be both tapping certain people and also advertising publicly.
Okay. In the event that the lockdown was earlier than that, are we prepared to, we released the lockdown earlier? I'm hoping that we aren't looking at a May 19th lockdown. Honest to God, I mean, this economy is not going to make it. So if it was to be released sooner, are we prepared to actually start a committee sooner?
Well, I guess it's all up to how we want to handle the bylaw. So we still need to, it still takes a few weeks of advertising for members and things like that. So that's the big driver here, is how long it would take to create that committee. If council just wants to appoint, tap people on the shoulder and appoint, that would happen a lot quicker. But if we do advertise, that takes a bit of time.
And then who would be interviewing for the committee then? Would it be council or
That'd
again?
be council. That'd be council.
So we'd be probably interviewing remotely, I'm guessing then?
Probably, yes.
Points? Okay, I'm just thinking that we actually should be getting ahead of the card even more if we can. Like that May 19th seems like that's like a month away. And first they have to meet, then they have to come to agreements, then they have to actually put out a plan. Like I'm thinking we might be behind if, you know,
So
if
Sheena, when we get to the next agenda item, there is a timeline set out. So if you want to,
Yeah.
there was a suggestion that we actually adopt that timeline, so we could change that timeline if you want.
Okay,
when we get
and
there.
then the detailed plans, are they planning to be brought forward to council for approval, or will the committee themselves just make the plan and move forward? Or how would that be moving forward for, because I mean, I'm just seeing detailed plan like 7 times here. So who decides that it's a good plan?
I think so. Just to provide some clarity as well, is there some of these are going to be developed and implemented on different timelines based on a changing situation. So for example, you know, city-owned facilities, when we're looking at bringing our facilities back online, that's the EOC in all likelihood is still going to be in operation. And, you know, hopefully, depending how the situation kind of transpires, that's something that happens sooner than later. The longer term, which we still don't have a full grasp of the longer term, you know, economic impacts of this, those recommendations. So at the end of the day, I think the advisory committee is going to pull together a recommended plan with a list of potentially their future projects. Maybe they're the identification of things the city has done already that we need to consider for future implementation. So that would be council's purview to decide if and when those future projects proceed or not. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, so they're going to come forward with a plan they're recommending, and then if there's projects for council approval, then it comes to council?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and has administration, I'm hoping, have they, sorry. My battery's low, so just forgive me, I might be running off to get a battery. Is administration already starting on creating a draft for the committee to review? You're already on that, I'm assuming? You're nodding, so that's excellent. Okay, so when we come there, they're not going to be like, so what you think? It's going to be like, here's something for us to work from, and what do you want to add or subtract? Would that be fair?
Yeah, and I'll just add too, in terms of timelines of getting the committee set up, and I know this is the next item, but like we're actively doing a lot of work right now that is intended to help enable and set that committee up for success.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, I think I had Ray. Did you have some questions? No, it was Natalie then. And then
Yeah,
Wes.
I have a couple questions. So what kind of, I'm glad that kind of administration is going to be doing the heavy lifting in terms of getting this task force up and running, but what kind of time commitment are we looking at for members of the public?
Oof. Well, I guess that will really depend. They'll probably be heavy at the beginning, like to be very honest, because that's when a lot of the creation of the terms of reference and also some of the planning will come forward. But as this kind of happens over, like I think within the bylaw that's coming up next on the agenda, it could be an 18, 20-month window of this. There will be ebbs and flows in the process. And to be honest with you, there'll be times when there won't be a lot happening and a lot of stuff could be happening behind the scenes. There'll be times when there will be some heavy lifting in terms of meetings and things like that to get things established and the creation of those subcommittees and getting that work moving forward. So I would say at the beginning process, it could be a meeting a week. If that's too much, it could be a meeting every couple of weeks.
Okay, that's helpful. Meeting a week, I think, is something that members of the public can handle kind of at the outset. So related to that, so we're used to advisory committees. Can you just explain a little bit the difference between our typical advisory committee and this type of a
Why don't we actually wait till we get to that agenda item? Let's keep the bylaw and the concept like that, because that's a very specific question to what kind of task force we're establishing. I just want to make sure we focus.
Yeah, they're so intertwined, but I can wait.
I know, but I want to get the questions of the concept plan exhausted.
Okay.
Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, I have no concerns. It looks great. Thanks, Trevor and Carrie.
Okay. Councillor Broadhead, did you have a question? I thought I saw you waving.
I did, but then it got covered, so I'm okay.
Oh, good. Okay. Anyone else? And on anything recovery? Councillor Mackay?
I'll move it if you want.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Because I think most of the questions might be around the task force itself. So let's do that. So before we actually make the motion, we just want to be clear that we are, the attachment is the one that's highlighted, the one that was sent out this morning that Carrie just shared with us and is now on the public website. So just so we know that's what we're proving.
Right. Was that there? I know I saw an email from Mr. LaFleur. Did that change the recommendation? I can't remember.
Mr. LaFleur, is the recommendation changed to say as amended, or how are we doing that?
I think Cheryl has it ready for you. If not, Carrie does. If not, I can read it out. Yes, it changes it slightly, but not much.
Okay, if somebody could even paste it into the chat because we can't see it.
Be fine.
Yeah, if you can just paste it in there, I've opened up the chat, Cheryl.
It's on its way.
Thanks.
I don't see it. Oh, there it is. I got it. Are you ready, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
That council approved the COVID-19 recovery concept plan set out in the report dated April 20th, 2020, entitled St. Albert COVID-19 Recovery Concept Plan with the yellow highlighted amendments as proposed by administration.
All right, I will accept that. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
I don't think I have to add more. I think the questions covered it, and I think the report covers what the intention and the purpose is. It's going to be interesting. I mean, picking up on some of the questions, different stakeholder groups and different individuals in our community that are going to be impacted by a recovery. It's going to look different. For some people, they're going to want to have snap back to pre-pandemic, and for others, like Councillor Hanson identified, they might be a little bit more visionary, and they may want to say this is a great opportunity to how do we reduce our risk for future, but also look at new business processes. And you can even see it sometimes now on social media, and you can even see it on some of our media feeds where people are saying this this new normalcy that we are living in is maybe something we should take some best practices from. You know, it's going to look different, and so you know the detailed planning is going to be different because we may not even know when we're truly fully out of this recovery because it's actually going to take a while. So, but anyways, I'll leave it at that. I've already given my comments on what I think in relation to the actual matrix looks like. So, thank you.
Any more comments or debate on this one? I'll just add to the continual kudos to Kevin and his staff that this motion was only made two weeks ago and approved by council. So to get this this concept plan and the next item to get the bylaw ready was a lot of work. So I thank you for that, and it will help position St. Albert as a leader in this. Councillor Mackay to close.
Yeah, no, good comments. I appreciate that, and nothing further.
Call for the vote. That's unanimous. Okay. All right, task force. And is Mr. Lafleur, are you presenting this one?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Probable interjections from others, but I'll take the first crack.
Okay.
Okay, so the bylaw is basically the mechanism by which this task force is created. We've used the word task force, not committee, notwithstanding that some of my colleagues have called it a committee during this discussion. It doesn't really matter what you call it. If I'd been left on my own devices, I might have called it a committee, but the council motion calls it a task force, so that's what we've called it in this bylaw. How I point that out though, because even though it's called a task force, it has the status under this bylaw of a council committee with all that that implies, which means that the members of the committee, you know, if they do have to go in camera, even if they're public members, are bound by confidentiality, all of that good stuff. And so the membership of the committee, as set out in the bylaw, is fairly simple. We're suggesting, and you can change this, obviously, if you don't think this is the right numbers, we're suggesting that the mayor should be, by bylaw, the chair. And we are suggesting that for, I think, obvious reasons, that the mayor is the face of this community to our residents. And it's the one that they look to for leadership in these tough times. That said, we're suggesting at least that there be 2 other council members that sit on this committee, and either 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever number you want of members from the public. It's an advisory committee. That's important to point out. So this isn't a committee that can make any decisions. It can't spend any taxpayers' money. It can't order things opened up or shut down or anything like that. The purpose of the committee is to allow, probably as never before in this community, to allow council members and community leaders to really get together, put their heads together and figure out, what does recovery look like for St. Albert? Not what it looks like for Edmonton or Toronto or whatever, but what does it look like here? What do we need to do here to recover? I would also point out the bylaw talks about a recovery period ending at the end of next year, at the end of 2021. That is not intended to mean that we think that, you know, the lockdown or the restrictions on movements will be in place anywhere near that long. It reflects the reality that after what has happened, you know, a full-fledged economic, social, cultural, you name it, recovery, the community getting back to what it was before, the best place to live in all of Canada, is going to take at least that long. And there is a provision right in that definition that council can extend that time if they feel it necessary, or if you think, you know, a great job is being done, you can shorten that time. The idea being, you know, that this task force stays in place until council feels that recovery has got to where it needs to be. So apart from that, I would point out that there are provisions in the bylaw that require this task force to do certain things. I'll refer you to, I'm not going to read them verbatim, but I'll refer you to section 13, which is really important. It tells the task force what sorts of consultations it's supposed to have. It gives the task force the ability to do what I know is important to council, to reach out, create subcommittees, you know, working groups, whatever is required to get the feedback from all corners of the community. It even goes so far as to say that this task force is to reach out very specifically to individuals who are under particular hardship as a result of the impacts of the pandemic. So it's intended to be you know, to set up a task force that is really going to be important. It'll be like no organization of government or local government that probably we've ever seen here. And it is intended to, excuse me, it is intended to, as I say, bring together, and I guess that's the last point I'll make before I cease my comments. It very specifically tells council that in choosing the members, you should seek out people who have a track record, who have shown their dedication to this community through community service that they've done in the past. People who, you know, understand this community very deeply, you know, the culture, the economic drivers of the community. People that have experience in governance positions, you know, like CEOs, presidents of companies, chairs of the board, and who represent a broad cross-section of the various economic sectors, including the not-for-profit sector and non-governmental sectors. So that's really all I have to say about the bylaw. Obviously, it just represents administration's best attempt at responding to the motion that was made 2 weeks ago. And we have also, as been mentioned, we've set out a proposed timeline for recruiting and appointing members. That's in the covering report. If council feels that that's just not fast enough, it's really up to you to determine how fast you go and by what mechanism you choose members. This is just administration suggestions based on sort of a more traditional model of recruiting and interviewing interested people. So unless there's further questions, that's all I have to say.
Okay, seeing one from Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So just in reading the backgrounder, it looks like the recommended timeline that's not embedded into the bylaw at all. So what we're voting on today, it kind of has nothing to do with the suggested timeline. Am I reading that right?
What you're being asked to do is give first, second, third readings to the bylaw. What we tried to say in the AR is that if you wish to adopt that timeline, you can make a motion to adopt that timeline. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do it today or ever, or you could do a different timeline, but that's part of the whole topic. So yes, if council would like to grapple with the question of how soon we populate this task force, you could do that today by motion, no problem.
Okay, that's the only question I have right now. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in the bylaw, it says that provide timely updates to council. I'm assuming it's council that defines what timely is, or is it the task force that defines what timely is?
Well, actually, Councillor Broadhead, through the chair to you, it would actually be both, because this bylaw contemplates that one of the first things this committee is going to do is agree on a set of terms of reference, so, very similar to what the standing committees did when they were stood up last fall. And in the terms of reference, that's where you'd lay out very specifically things like lots of other things too, but the question of how often to report to council would be there. And remember, the terms of reference of this committee, or sorry, of this task force, have to be approved by council before they become effective. So really, council is in control of the process, for sure.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. Well, following up on Councillor Broadhead's question, I mean, I guess if the bylaw passes and Mayor Herron is the chair, at least, I mean, we meet enough that you would be able to keep us fairly updated as chair of the committee. So that's a good connection. In terms of the recovery period, we've taken December 31st, 2021, unless either shortened or extended by resolution of council. And I guess that's just, we're going to have an election in the middle of that. And I guess we just need to be cognizant of that, because you know, all members of the task force who are councillors may not be there, or they may be, but it might change the dynamic of what's happening. Hopefully the task force is just winding up, so it's okay, but I guess it's just something to think about. And otherwise, I thought it was a really good bylaw, Mr. Lafleur. And I think May 19th gives us time to invite and maybe tap on the shoulders of people that we need, because people do need some time to think about the commitment here. But also, recovery is going to be a long time. It's not going to be just recovery done by August. I mean, recovery is we're going to be looking at our municipality differently for the next year and a half. And so this is an opportunity for a lot of creativity to come through a task force of this type. And I think it's going to be a really great asset and complement to recovering well. So kudos, and I'm fully in support.
All right, Councillor Mackay, and then Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'm wondering, I don't know I guess it goes to selection of task force members. And would that, it's an onerous, depending on how many people volunteer or how many organizations like Mr. LaFleur has identified, because you're going to have NGOs, you're going to have nonprofits, you're going to have school boards, you might have to have representatives from Alberta Health, you might have to have, so you're going to maybe have different tiers, and then you're going to have members of the public and or specialists in certain areas. So in order to speed that up, what are you, can you see having a selection committee of all 7 members of council? I worry that we will get bogged down in that process unless you come up with different categories of actual members. And I realize the difficulty that presents because you said that it's up to the task force to determine terms of reference. So there's some logistical issues that the biggest one right now for me is who selects who on the committee. And it could be as simple as saying, okay, with the mayor and the 2 councillors appointed would be responsible for that. But then I can see the argument on the other side saying this should be committee or council as a whole.
Yeah. So I hadn't thought about it too much detail, but I have an email ready to hit send as soon as this bylaw is approved to Rayanne to start setting some time aside in our calendars closer to the date. I didn't think about doing maybe 2 or 3 committees, depending. Why don't we just wait and see how many people apply? I'm also going to get, I'm going to ask you guys if you think of somebody in this community that you think would be good on the committee to send me names, because I'm going to send out a letter inviting them. So we'll have kind of this, invite versus application. They'll still have to go through the regular application process. And then finally, the last email I was going to send was if any of you, I don't know, I don't even have a clue which 2 of you might want to sit on this. So send me emails if you're interested. So those are the 3 emails I'm going to send out.
The challenge you're going to have, I mean, I agree with all of what you're saying. I mean, in relation to expediting that, and I think those are all strong strategies. It's just some of the, I think that you're going to need the subject matter experts, and we have a lot of those in St. Albert, and we're blessed with that in our community. But we also need people who represent institutions, and it could even be faith groups. It could be other things. So I don't want to get bogged down with it right now. It's just more of an awareness.
It's good thoughts, and keep brainstorming almost, and sends them. And I think Rayanne has the skills to help us navigate that, and Ledge, right? But I envisioned all of us interviewing. Councillor Jolly. Is that who's next?
Yeah, I agree with Mayor Herron in terms of I think that council can sit down and do this. We've done this for the last 3 years for other committees, and I have no doubt that we can come up with some good names. I've got some names written down already here. I would be really hesitant. I can tell you right now I'm interested in sitting on this committee, but I think I'm more interested in having a really balanced committee. So if we have someone from the public who we want to appoint that kind of has the skills that I would bring to the table, then I think it would be more appropriate to balance it out with who we have on council. So I wouldn't want to see us appoint councillors at a different time from considering members of the public. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So what I'm wondering is this timeline is, I think it's too spread out. Everything is happening in dog years, like 1 day is the same as 7 these days. So what I'm wondering, Mr. LaFleur, is, it says if you want to make a change to make a motion, but what I would prefer is if we had it where the closure was May 1st, and if you didn't have enough applications, then you could extend it. Like, so what I would say is we're giving ourselves 2.5 weeks on something, which it's changing by the hour, everything that's happening. And the US, for example, is already beginning the unlocking procedures, and things are unlocking and now and Monday. And there's going to be pressure for other communities to also recognize that this can't continue indefinitely. So my concern is that we have this thing happening, and it actually isn't, the first meeting is a week or 2 weeks after the lockdowns have actually occurred, or releasing of lockdowns has occurred. So I'm wondering, Mr. LaFleur, is it possible, like, I know you're recommending this, do we actually need a motion to say to close it on May 1st? Because I also don't want to make it where it's May 1st absolute if you don't have the response by then. But that being said, I also think that 10 days, considering most people have the time to be able to put it in within 10 days, would be more than enough time to be able to apply for this. So can you just let me know what you think of that? Like, does it actually have to be by motion to change this? I'll put a motion forward, but I look at this saying, in an ideal world, May 1st, you close it. The appointment of the task force happens by May 8th. And that way you can have the meeting, you can have it on the 19th if it doesn't happen any differently, but you have the flexibility to have it sooner in the event that things happen a bit faster than initially stated. So do you have anything you could say on that?
Well, just a very quick response, if I may. Bearing in mind, I realize things have been happening with lightning speed and continue to do so. But what this is a task force that's going to do some hard slogging work over a very long period of time, because recovery will take a long time. So I think I'm just going to say something, and Kevin, you may want to come in on this as well. Just based on my own experience with a similar kind of committee, although with a very, very different kind of emergency now in Fort McMurray, I think the most important thing is to get the right people, the right skills, the right dedication, but frankly, a group of people who get along with each other, right? I think it's more important to get the right people, because you're gonna really thank yourselves for having a really good group of community people to help you through this difficult time.
And I just took a quick look at the calendar. If we closed May 1st, we actually need a council meeting to appoint the councillors and appoint the task force. The first meeting we wouldn't be able to get that done by May 4th. So the first meeting would be the May 19th, first council meeting.
Yeah, if I might, when the original draft came out, I've actually already knocked a week off of it, and I wouldn't recommend doing any more than that again, based on experience here. I mean, in terms of the comments about unlocking, if there's any unlocking, it's the immediate unlocking will be done by the province and the city, right? So first steps of unlocking, if something should happen, would be getting our facilities back up and running. So this is a long-term play, and the recovery aspect will be, you know, two to 3 months plus to the end of this. It's going to be more of the longer term stuff. So the shorter term stuff would still probably be handled by the EOC actually, and the admin working on the recovery and motions coming back to council. And really what that is the unlocking I would equate to what you call stabilization, which is kind of that area in between response and recovery. So my advice is don't shorten it up. I've already taken a week off when I looked at it. So.
Okay. Ray, I saw you waving it, but just one sec. Sheena, you said something in your comments about the first meeting would be a week after the unlocking. Was that what you said?
Well, I'm looking at this, well, because of the approval, like we actually the closing is May 8th. You could technically do the interviews a day or two later, really. And then you could appoint them immediately afterwards. But now we're looking at the May 19th. So if you actually moved everything up, you could have the flexibility of having earlier meetings if necessary. But
sorry, I thought you said something about an unlocking.
Well, just no, I mean, like I'm looking at, like the states are already releasing some of their restrictions across many of the states. And so, you know, like the statement that it's going to go to the end of May may not be feasible. And so if there was something happening sooner, which there's been no indication, but if there was, then we could be very far behind the ball with this timeline is what I'm saying. And, but I mean, if you're saying that it doesn't matter for the initials, then fine. But like, there's a lot of things that are happening a lot. Everything went down quickly, and it also looks like in some ways it's also recovering a bit faster than they thought, at least in the States. And there's going to be pressure for Canada to recognize that. So I'm saying, like, if something were to change and it were to begin, say, May 1st, and things were started to release some of the restrictions by that point, we aren't planning to do anything until May 22nd. You know, it's quite a long delay. That's what I'm saying.
My conversations with the provinces, we're not unlocking in May at all. I don't think we'll be following the states' lead on that one. But I don't know, there's another phone call today. We'll see. Councillor Watkins?
Just want to say, let's stick with administration's timelines. It's better to go a little bit slower and get the right people. Long-term play.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't need a motion on this timeline, so why don't we just, take Councillor Hughes's comments and we'll do this as fast as we can, right? Councillor Jolly, did you have something?
I'm ready to move the bylaw if we're ready for that.
Okay, in 2 secs, Councillor Watkins.
I was just trying to say, we don't need to be in a big rush because it's a long-term play of a year that we're having the committee. So a couple of weeks here and there is not really going to make the difference. The whole point is just let's get the right people on the committee that are going to be there for a whole year and are going to be able to work a day a week, or a meeting a week, do this.
Okay. All right, before you actually make the motion, Councillor Jelly, Mr. Lafleur, in the actual bylaw, Section 6 says additional appointments of members to the task force shall be for a term ending December 31st, 2020. Why didn't we just make this a full 18-month commitment for the same members? That's how we did it with the Smart City plan. We assigned everybody for the whole task force, and they didn't turn over, because I don't feel like having a turnover in skill set halfway through a task force is a good idea.
Fair enough. I would just point out that it is clear in that very section that reappoint people. If you're happy, I'll be very blunt. The idea was if you think, oh boy, maybe we shouldn't have appointed this person, you can have a replacement relatively quickly. But if you're happy with your initial appointments, they can continue on. No problem.
Okay. Actually, that makes a very good point. I was almost going to propose an amendment to just say that this is a task force ending in December 31st, 2020, but you actually raised a good point in case we're unsatisfied or something, then I will keep it as is. Sorry, okay, before I go to you, Councillor Jelly, Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, and I think just to follow up on that, Mayor Herron, the other thing is recovery. I don't think this is going to be a linear job. This is going to be very organic, this whole thing. As we recover, there's needs are going to pop up that we haven't thought of, and it may be that we need to literally change our expertise on the task force, not because somebody's not doing their job, but just because we need something different. We can also appoint subcommittees as well, but I think the important thing here is to be as flexible as we can be and meet the needs of the community as we go.
Okay. Good points. Yeah, I'm not going to change anything. So Councillor Jolly, why don't we make the motion to approve the bylaw as is?
So that bylaw 24/2020, the St. Albert COVID-19 Recovery Task Force bylaw, be read a first time.
Thank you very much. Any opening comments on that?
Thank you to administration for getting this together so quickly. When I was writing about this on the weekend, my comment was that I suspect our biggest challenge in forming this task force will be to ensure that members are complementary and diverse. And based on the conversation that we've had today, I suspect that assumption was correct. It's going to be a challenge appointing the right people to this task force, but like Councillor Mackay mentioned, we have excellent resources here in St. Albert, and I'm sure we'll find wonderful people to serve.
I think you're right. Anyone else? Seeing nothing more, call for the vote. That is unanimous. Councillor Jolly's second reading.
That bylaw 24/2020 be read a second time.
All right, anything else? Okay, call for the vote. That is unanimous. Is someone do unanimous consent? Councillor Mackay's hand's still in the air.
That's just cause. Unanimous consent be given for third reading of bylaw 24/2020.
Okay, thank you for that. All those in favor of unanimous? That is unanimous. To go on to third reading, Councillor Jolly.
That bylaw 24/2020 be read a third.
Thank you. Call for the vote. All right,
I'd use a different
so
hand.
that's unanimously approved. We have a bylaw now for Recovery Task Force. I will work with Rayanne and Ledge Services to get something in the paper. As I said, if you members of council know anyone who you think we should personally invite, send me their name and contact information, and I'm going to send out a nice big invitation letter. Send me an email on the council if you are interested in serving on the task force as a councillor. And then we'll also try to figure out how we're going to coordinate the interview process once we start seeing these applications come in. And it might be a Zoom meeting like this, that maybe we have 2 waiting rooms going on, like we could do with the annexation committee, or so. I don't know. We'll figure that out. We'll make it happen. Okay. And then I'll make sure that the 19th there's something on the agenda to make these appointments. All right. Nothing further. Okay. You guys good to keep going? I'm seeing nods. Oh, you want 5 minutes, Councillor Jelly?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. We've been at this since what is 1:45 or something like that.
Yeah, sure. And Ken is showing us that it's 19 degrees outside. So although I'm not a smoker, I will go outside and get some fresh air. Okay, so 5 minutes, I'm fine with that. 3:46, I'll give you 10 minutes. Come back at 3:55. That's 9 minutes, sorry.
Oh, wow. Listening to this fucking.
Hey, Ray, we can hear
Did everyone get outside?
I don't know why you can't see me, but yeah, I did.
I can see you.
Can you? Okay, I can't see me.
I just got a message from Jason. Is everyone ready? And it looks like, Wes, are you ready? Councillor Broadhead?
Yes,
Okay, just making sure you're there because I can't see you.
sorry.
That's okay. I think everyone that needs to be back is back. Oh, excuse me, I took my agenda. I'll be right back. Okay, where are we? We are on to some more bylaws. So Assessment Review Board bylaw. This is coming out of the Community Growth and Infrastructure Committee. Councillor Watkins is presenting. Do you have anything to add before we go to the motion, Councillor Broadhead, or sorry, Watkins?
No, not really. This bylaw was a result of the existing bylaw had, in the opinion of staff, so many mistakes and so many changes that was required to it. They just rewrote the whole bylaw. So this is the new bylaw.
All right, does anyone have any questions before we move into the voting? Seeing none, Councillor Watkins, can I get you to put the first reading on the floor?
Okay, that, let me just get to the page, that bylaw 15/2020 being the Assessment Review Board bylaw be read a first time.
All right, well, I think you already gave your opening comments.
Yeah, pretty much
Okay.
it. Better
Anyone
bylaw.
else? Oh, Councillor Hanson. Oh. Okay.
I'm just
she's
voting.
She's already voting. Call for the vote. Okay, that's unanimous. Second reading, Councillor Watkins.
That bylaw 15/2020 be read a second time.
All right, call for the vote. That is unanimous. Anyone want to make unanimous consent? Councillor Watkins, or sorry, Mackay?
We look alike.
Yeah, exactly.
My
Same
beard-
harbor.
That unanimous consent be given for the third reading of bylaw 15/2020.
Okay, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's unanimous. And finally, Councillor Watkins for third reading.
That bylaw 15/2020 be read a third and final time.
Excellent. Call for the vote. That is how we do it. Nice. What was that? 2 minutes to get that done? Okay, next one is bylaw 18, which is South Riel land use bylaw. It was on consent. Councillor Hughes, you pulled it off. Is it because you just wanted to vote against it?
No, I had a question.
Okay, I'm going to be cautious on the questions because this is for the public. So we're not in the middle of a public hearing. So what is it?
So what I want to know is, it doesn't appear that there's been any changes to the plan that was originally brought forward to council before. Other than providing a shadow study, is this a different layout than what was presented to council a few months ago?
I don't think we have anyone from planning here to answer
Actually,
that, do
we
I
do
can
your.
answer that. It's
Oh, there's Christina, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
can answer that. There haven't been any proposed changes to the layout, to the design. So it is a similar application to what you saw about a year ago. But yes, the applicant has done additional studies to demonstrate the impact of the development to the most maximum extent possible.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is, this was brought forward to council a year ago. Council said no to this design. And now it's being brought forward, the same design, and asking for approval with shadow studies that show that shadowing is going to be significant in certain areas. So I'm trying to figure out why administration is recommending to bring this forward and why we're not asking for anything differently. Because council's already said no to this once.
We did not say no to this, Councillor Hughes.
We said we voted against this design of this in this area.
We
Like the vote
voted-
was to not do this.
We voted on area A and B, not C.
See.
And so, and in C, we said what, nothing?
Nothing.
I see.
Okay, I see. So it's C.
Okay. All right, then, here we go.
Councillor Watkins, you're unmuted. Do you want to do first reading and set the?
Okay, that bylaw 18/2020 South Real land use bylaw be read a first time. Is that it?
And you can just, and you can go right into the, set the public hearing. We'll do it both at one vote.
Okay, hang on, I don't have that page up yet. Let me get that page up on my agenda here.
281, page 281.
302. Okay, hang on. 281. It's not 281.
Yep, that page number might have changed when we added the scenarios in.
302, hang on. Okay. Okay, that bylaw 18/2020 being amendment 178 of the land use bylaw schedule A be read a first time, and that the public hearing on bylaw 18/2020 be scheduled for May 19th, 2020.
Okay, thank you for that. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
We didn't have debate, but okay.
Oh, sorry. This is normally on consent, so it's really, do you want to debate, Councillor Hughes?
I just want to let you know why I'm voting against it. So, because I'm not voting in favor of this. The plan was not changed. It was clear that it was not something that neither the public nor the council prepared to move forward last year. And then it's just being brought forward as is again. And so there's been really, other than bringing forward a couple shadowing designs that show that there is an impact to shadowing, do quite a few houses, there's nothing here to actually show that it's been improved. So I will not be voting in favor of this. The developer did nothing but bring forward the same thing and just see if they can get it run the second time around. And I think residents need to understand, if they come forward to the public hearing, that the developer is not bringing something different than what they brought forward last year. So if they should be coming forward to talk about it if they have an issue. That's it.
Councillor Watkins, do you have anything to close?
Yeah, I'll be supporting because this is first reading of the bylaw. The applicant, this is not a bylaw that was brought before us before. This is a new zoning application bylaw. Bylaw wasn't refused or voted on previously. The application is being brought forward. We'll have a time to hear all that on the public. So I mean, I'm supporting it.
Okay. Yeah,
Really,
we'll try.
not really to vote on it or ask a bunch of questions.
Okay. We'll let the questions go to public hearing. So all those in favor of first reading and setting the public hearing date? That is 6, and with Councillor Hughes opposed. Before we move on, Adrian, I see you there. When this does come to the public hearing, the one question I'll have, and you might want to have the heads up, is how much did that duplicate shadow study cost the city of St. Albert?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, moving on. 9.4 is a supplementary assessment bylaw. And is Greg still on the line? I see Greg there.
I am, yeah.
All right, do you have any presentation on this?
Not a presentation. I can just verbally speak to it quite quickly. Okay. If we do want to continue on with supplementary assessment tax procedure for 2020, we do have to do that prior to May 1st. The content of the bylaw itself is the same as the predecessor. One nice hitch for us going forward is that because of Bill 4, which came down from the province in 2019, which was called the Red Tape Reduction Act, this bylaw for supplementary assessments is now eligible to be a continuous bylaw. So instead of me having to bring it in front of you annually, this bylaw now has been tweaked so that it will now be continuous. And so next year and in future, I won't have to come back to you.
Well, that's good and bad because we like seeing it, Greg.
Thank you.
But that is good red tape reduction, I will have to admit. So yeah, so this is something that we see every year.
Yep.
And this is the last time.
Yeah, probably will be. Yeah.
Or does it have a sunset to it?
just in rereading the notes, it says now enables municipalities the ability to enact a continuous sub-bylaw which remains in force for subsequent years. So I believe you would have to repeal
Rescind
it if
Okay.
you want. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone want to make a motion to do first reading? Councillor Hanson, thank you.
That bylaw 14/2020 being the supplementary assessment bylaw be read a first time.
Anything to add?
Nope. Thank you, Greg.
You're
Call
welcome.
for the vote. That is unanimous. Councillor Hanson, second reading.
That bylaw 14/2020 be read a second time.
Excellent. Call for the vote. That is unanimous. And somebody wanted to, Councillor Broadhead, unanimous consent. Thank you.
Recommend that unanimous consent be given for the consideration of third and final reading of bylaw 14/2020.
Excellent. Call for the vote. That is unanimous. So that means we can go on. Councillor Hanson.
Bylaw 14/2020 be read a third and final time.
Call for the vote. That's unanimous. All right, we are racing through the bylaws. Transportation bylaw we put on consent. So that read that it's bylaw 19/2020 being amendment 5 to the transportation system bylaw 10/2008 be read a first time, and that a public hearing date for bylaw 19/2020 be scheduled for May 19th, 2020. Okay, moving on to library.
Madam Mayor, just for a second, I know I didn't pull it off consent to ask this question, but is it usual for the province to have objections to our naming? Is that unusual? Has that ever happened before?
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
Mr. Scoble?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Yeah. All right. That was just something that I was curious as to know why they wanted to keep freeway is all.
I think
Anyways.
it's just to align with the EMRB plan. That was all.
Oh, that's pretty innocent then.
Yeah. All right. Library board. So this is as a result of a previous motion to make our councillor appointment voluntary, not mandatory by council. So Mr. Lafleur, anything else to add to that?
Just one thing, if this bylaw passes, then council will be able to appoint either 0, 1, or 2 council members to the library board in all future appointments. In other words, basically you fall back to what the Libraries Act says. So you have the option of 0, 1, or 2 if this passes.
Okay. Can we have an alternate?
No.
Still no alternate. Okay. That's in the Library Act, right? Okay. Any questions? Seeing none. I know Councillor Hanson wants to make a quick amendment. Why don't you bring that forward now, Councillor Hanson?
Actually, Mayor, it should actually be done at second reading.
Second reading, okay. And sorry, go ahead, Mr. Flor.
Yeah, I was just saying if the bylaw got first reading and then after someone moves it for second reading, that would be the time for Councillor Hanson to move for amendment.
Okay, I'll pick a councillor to make the first reading and then I'll go to Councillor Hanson for the amendment at second reading. And then just so, not that I'm making a decision without consulting with council, but I have talked to Councillor Hanson. She's willing to sit on the library board to the end of this term. Is that right, Councillor Hanson? There's a nod. So if anyone has an objection to that, we can make a motion to remove her, but we can have the decision in November whether we want to reappoint a councillor to the board for the 2021 year.
Well, that's what you mean by term then, just tell.
Yeah, end of the term would be end of this year. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have a question?
I had a question. Was it her term? Yeah, that's a question. End of this year, end of 2020?
She's appointed to our org meeting. Sorry, it would be the October. We always reappointed the org meeting.
So she'd stay on till October 2020.
Yes.
I thought Kathy that we started in January. We made the appointments in November, and then appointments whoever they are.
That's public appointments.
Oh,
They
okay.
start January, but we switch over in November.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Watkins?
I just had another question. So we're voting to take the counselor off. So what do you think the purpose is of staying on there till another 6 months or whatever?
Councillor Hanson, I think that's a question for you.
Why do you want to stay on there another 6 months? Because we're voting on taking people off of there. So what do you think the purpose is of staying on there 6 months?
Well, I was just looking to transition for them. We've just, honestly, there's been some logistics we had, and it's all changed now because of COVID-19, but we had set a strategic plan. We had a board, literally a board photo of all of us together for the year. And we had just set up some stuff, and I hadn't been on for very long. So I didn't think it was right to just parachute in and parachute out. I thought it'd be good at least, they didn't have really an opportunity to say anything about this decision one way or the other. And so I thought, as a courtesy to them, I would like to stay on the board till the end, but of course it is a council decision, so.
Okay, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Question.
That's good. Yeah.
I'll make the first motion then.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
That bylaw 23/2020 being amendment 2 to the library board bylaw 8/2016 be read a first time. No
Excellent.
no need to have opening comments.
All right. Anyone else? Councillor Jolly?
I just wanted to say that, this bylaw isn't removing a councillor from the board. What it's doing is giving us the option of putting a councillor on or not. So I have no problem with that. We might decide to reappoint a councillor at the org meeting. We might not. We could decide that every year, and that flexibility could be helpful going forward. So I will be supporting this update to the bylaw.
All righty. Councillor Watkins, I saw a finger. We just.
But it's my understanding though, the reason why we're doing this is because we said as a council that we wouldn't have a representative on the library board.
Well, that's not what the motion said, if I may. The motion was that we bring forward for council's consideration amendments to the library board bylaw to remove the requirement that council wants a member. So simply so that you have the flexibility.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Anyone else want to speak? I'll just, before you close, Councillor Mackay, Councillor Watkins, I agree with you. That was kind of the impetus for this decision, but I'm open to the flexibility of and Councillor Hanson's opinion that the transition period might be good. All right, anything to close, Councillor Mackay?
No, I just appreciate the clarifications, Councillor Jolly. I think you identified it. I mean, you picked up on 0, 1, or 2. And I think that it just gives us flexibility, and potentially it works both to our favor and library board's favor. And who could have predicted that we'd be in this situation at this particular time? That's created both opportunities and barriers. So that's pretty much where I'm at. So I'm fine with if in the current format, if Councillor Hanson wants to stay on.
All right, call for the vote. That's unanimous at first reading. All right, before we go to second reading, second reading on the floor, and then we make the amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
That bylaw 23/2020 be read a second time.
All right, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment to the bylaw that section 2 be amended by striking out the number 16 in the proposed new clause 2A3 in bylaw 8/2016 and substituting in its place the number 18, which changes the minimum age of a youth member.
Background on that?
Okay, before I accept that amendment, I see hands going up with questions. So I think Councillor Jolly had her hand up. Did you, Councillor Broadhead? Okay, go with Jolly and then Mackay.
So my question is, and I mean, if this is debate and not kind of question,
it's questions.
Why? I'm just wondering why this change.
Am I answering that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. The library board did talk about this and felt that being a director on a library board is a pretty big responsibility, where there is many times multi-million-dollar budgets, and for liability reasons, age of majority would be better than 16.
So
that's, and I'm happy to support their rationale.
So in terms of liability, what kind of additional liability would be in place? Because
I think director liability, and Mr. LaFleur can speak to director liability. I mean, that's how it was laid out to me by the board, and they were all in support. So
I guess, Mr. LaFleur, would the insurance be higher, or how does the liability work with a minor on a board?
I'm not aware that there's any insurance implications. As I understand it, the library board just simply felt that for the magnitude of things they have to do with the concept of fiduciary responsibility of a board member, it's probably better that someone be as old as 18 rather than just 16. It's really no more complicated than that.
That's right.
And was any consultation kind of done with the youth committee, or kind of any of the people who would be impacted by this?
Not to my knowledge. Sorry, I've got somebody at my door. Not to my knowledge. This is a library board request for me to bring this forward.
Thank you. My dog does the same thing. He's louder, so.
Okay, I'm looking at hands. Councillor Mackay, I think. Is he talking? Councillor Mackay, you're muted.
How's that?
That's great.
Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I hit unmute. I guess my question is not to you, Councillor Hanson, but also, and I don't know whether we have anybody on here that can actually know it. Maybe Carrie. Carrie, on all our other committees, is that our age is 16 to 24?
I'd have to check into that. I believe that I don't have that for all the committees. Some of them do have an age at 16, but I could not say that for all of them.
Yeah, I thought that we just had a blanket kind of coverage in our committee policies that said 16 to 24 for a youth member. Mr. LaFleur, did you look at the Library Act? Does it specifically identify if there's an age requirement?
No, there's nothing that addresses this in the Libraries Act.
Okay.
It's purely your choice.
All right. And I imagine we didn't have time to do best practice review to see if other libraries have youth members at what age group they're in. Probably not. Oh, okay. Question. That's my questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay. I'm looking around at all your faces to see if there's any more questions before I accept her amending motion. Seeing none. Councillor Hanson, I accept your motion. Why don't you have your opening arguments?
Sure, and honestly, this is me supporting the board and their feelings that fiduciary responsibility is high, and that the budget is high. I think that they absolutely advocate the fact that they want a youth on the board, but given their understanding of a multi-million-dollar budgets, I guess they felt that having the age of majority, somebody who is able to vote, it was important. So I'm happy to support that amendment for them.
Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in on this? Councillor Jolly?
Thank you. So I'm not going to be supporting this today. I'm always hesitant to support anything that reduces opportunity for youth. And if there is a 16 or 17-year-old who wants to put their hand up to serve on a board like this, and if council as a committee that appoints members of the public to this board feels that that individual at 16 or 17 has the capacity to serve in that role, then I'm confident in the decision of council in that situation. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm going to support this motion. And the reason why is that it's a governing board. It's not the same as an advisory committee that we have in other council committees. This is a governing board that's supposed to be running the entire show over there. And just like on council, you don't have people, nobody who's 16 can apply to be on council. We're a governing body. And this is a governing body as well that should also be of the age of the majority, recognizing the fact the seriousness of the board that we have actually appointed there. So I agree with what the library board suggested, to recognize the fact that this is not an advisory committee. This is a governing, and we don't have 16-year-olds running the city, and as a result, they have to be a minimum of 18. And we should have the same standards for governing budget of $5 million for the library board. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Anyone else to weigh in on debate? I'll just add, Councillor Henson, I'm actually not sure how I'm going to vote yet. I have about 10 seconds to decide, but I hate limiting opportunities for youth, and I know some really good youth in this community that would be great on the library board, and I know some people that are 40 that would not be good on this library board. So age sometimes is not the limiting factor, and I don't know, this just sends a message to our youth that they're not as valuable as we try to let them feel. So I'm having a hard time with this one, but I'll let you can sway me one way or the other. And I'll point out that this is just an example. And I'm glad you said, Councillor Henson, that you support this, but it sounds like in your subsequent comments is like you're bringing this forward on behalf of the library board, which goes back to the reason we wanted to separate council from the board and not have you put in an awkward situation. But I'll let you close.
Thank you, Mayor Herron. You know, for me, this isn't a hill that I would die on, but I do understand their rationale, and I have sat on enough governing boards that sometimes it's good to look forward to being on boards when you turn 18 and you are an adult and you are invited to be on different boards, and it's not to limit the youth. I think there's a lot of opportunity program-wise for the youth. I think a governing board, as Councillor Hughes said, is a serious matter, and fiduciary responsibility is a big deal, and multi-million-dollar budgets are a big deal. And not to put down a 17-year-old or 16-year-old that, you know, that isn't in the know about these things. There does have to be, in my mind, some rules around what constitutes a board, and I think this is a fair rule around a governing board with a multi-million-dollar budget. So, you know, I am bringing it on. I wasn't going to bring this forward until the board brought it up to me, and they are very adamant that they would like to see this change. So I was happy to bring it forward on their behalf, since I sit on the board at this time. So we'll leave it there and see where the vote goes.
All right, call for the vote. All in favor? That's Hanson, Hughes, Broadhead, Mackay, and those opposed? Watkins, Jolly, and Herron. All right, that passes. All right, so that is now second reading has been amended. So Councillor Mackay, can you read? We're at second reading as amended. That's where, and it's your motion.
Sorry, you want me, sorry?
No, I'm waiting for Councillor Mackay to unmute.
Oh,
himself.
okay.
No, you're good. You're done, Councillor Hanson, because it's Councillor Mackay's main motion was second reading and you've amended it. So now he's back to Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'm just saying that bylaw 23/2020 be read a second time as amended.
That's right. Okay. Call for the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Councillor Jolly, do you want to do unanimous consent?
If I can find it, that unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 23/2020.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. That's unanimous. Councillor Mackay, third reading.
That bylaw 23/2020 be read a third and final time. And no closing comments. for
Okay,
Owen.
call for the vote. That's unanimous. All right, new library bylaw. No emergent items. Civic and external agencies were on consent. I'll just add, council, that you might have noticed mine was missing. Sorry about that. But honestly, when I went through it, I've been giving you almost daily briefings on what I've been doing. So I didn't really have much else to add. So now we are on to 12.1, which is you, Councillor Broadhead, Standing Committee Bylaw.
Fair enough. So there was a note here to change the motion. Around some dates.
Oh, right, the dates, yeah.
Recommends that the date April 30th be amended to May 4th or May 19th. So why don't I just change it to May 19th? That before May 19th, 2020, the Standing Committee bylaws being bylaws 39/2019 and 40/2019 are amended to list the mayor as a voting member of a committee if or when he chooses to attend a committee in their ex officio capacity.
All right, any questions before I accept that motion? Councillor Mackay.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my mouse here. Can I go back to the genesis of the standing committees and the purpose? And I don't mean I don't mean to scare anybody by dragging this very long. But my intent was to understand the initial genesis, and I think, can I ask you this, Councillor Hanson, because you were the champion on this one, and I just don't know what your intent was initially. Did you envision the mayor having as a voting member on either committee?
Actually, the genesis of when I first brought this forward was that we would have 3 members for sure on each committee, and the mayor, if she was there, would have a vote. But you know, you never know if she's going to be at all the committee meetings because she's not obligated to. But at the same time, no, I'll just leave it there. That's kind of what I thought. I hadn't really spelled it completely out. And then by the time we passed the bylaw initially, it had changed slightly. And I thought, oh, okay, that's how people understood it. And I'm fine with that. But yeah, that was the genesis of that. If the mayor was there, she could be a voting member. It depends. Mr. LaFleur maybe can answer this. Like, ex officio doesn't always mean voting, right? It has to be spelled out.
Actually, ex officio, the standard legal meaning of it includes voting, and even in our procedure bylaw, there's a clause that says anytime that the mayor is a member of any committee, the mayor, is a voting member. It usually means that it's more. I would say if the intent is for the person who's called ex officio not to be voting, that has to be spelled out very specifically.
So, follow-up question then, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, Councillor Hanson, did you have anything else? In what you just said, Mr. LaFleur, around the our current procedural bylaw identifies the mayor as being ex officio on all the committees. So if she showed up at the policing committee, could she vote?
Well, the policing committee actually isn't a council committee because
all right, that's a good point.
The MGA, so it's not the greatest example.
Okay, so neither would be the library board, but let's say if she was there in CSAB, would she have a voting, she'd be able to vote at CSAC, I mean?
Just hang on a second. It's probably best if I find the exact wording in the
Sorry, I look like I'm in jail here. I got
It does, yeah.
It's a new tattoo.
If any of my ledge officers listening in can quickly find that section, you can certainly weigh in here.
I know while you're looking, I know that when I did a background search of other municipalities, I know that the mayors in Edmonton, Calgary, and some of and I think Grand Prairie, I couldn't see it in Red Deer, all are allowed to vote on their committee structure.
Okay, I found the sections now. This is actually quite interesting. In the procedure bylaw, it's 2 sections. One says the mayor is an ex officio member by virtue of office of all council committees, which of course would include all the citizens committees, unless a bylaw establishing a committee expressly states that the mayor is not an ex officio. And then it goes on to say, if the mayor is present at a meeting by virtue of office, in other words, ex officio, the mayor has all the rights and privileges of the other committee members, including the right to make motions and vote. Where that differs from the motion that Councillor Broadhead is bringing forward today is that it would take the discretion. In other words, it's not just that she has the right to vote, she has to vote if she's present, if this motion on the floor today is passed. That's the distinction.
Okay, interesting. I took it in the reverse, actually. Okay, I'm just curious. I just needed that background information in the sense of, I don't know whether I was hoping that the procedure bylaw could basically take precedence over this and would be the one that we could just refer to, and then we wouldn't need this motion. But I'll have to think about that. I might have some more questions.
Well, just quickly, the procedure bylaw expresses the status quo. If the mayor shows up, she has the right to vote, but she's not compelled to. What this motion would do is would say, if you show up, Mayor, at a committee meeting, you will vote. That's the difference.
All right. Okay, I see Councillor Jaldi and Councillor Watkins both have questions. So Councillor Jaldi, oh, you're done, Ray? Okay, Councillor Jaldi.
Councillor Broadhead, I have a really easy questions for you. In your motion, you said that this should come back to us before May 19th. Was the intent to say by May 19th so that Agenda Committee has the flexibility to choose one of those 2 days? I assume I know what the answer.
Well, that would work for me. I just thought when I read 2 dates, the latter one gave us a little more opportunity, or it gave staff a little more opportunity and time to actually draft it up. The consequence of that, of course, is that the committee structures on the 2nd week in May would still operate, I guess, under the whatever currently stands, right?
So you were looking to do it by like on the May 6th meeting or either of those meetings?
Either or.
Okay.
I said April 30th. They said that was too quick.
So I guess my request is to change the wording, the motion that says to say by May 19th so that we don't have to do it before then if admin can't get it together by then.
Fair enough.
Okay, my other question, and this is just, we need to start practicing our pronouns. I was wondering if you could change he, she to they to be more. That's all.
Perfect.
Awesome. All right, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, my questions of Councillor Broadhead. So what it's turned out here is that the mayor was ex officio, so she could show up to the meeting, standing committee, and she could vote or she could not vote. So now this would make it as Mr. Lafleur said, that if she shows up, she has to vote. So if she shows up to a meeting, she's going to be voting. Mm-hmm. So if she doesn't want to vote, she doesn't show up. Mm-hmm. Meeting. So what is your intent on that? Why did you want to change that from her having the option to vote? Why did you not want her to have the option to not vote?
Well, this, all right. So this is where it came from. So when the committee structure and the voting of the mayor first came up, there was a thought that the current structure around the mayor allowed her really the ability to abstain on a particular vote. Yeah. So when she came in to council, she could either declare whether she was there ex officio or not declare. That was the terminology that was used. And so all of a sudden the mayor says, well, I'm not going to declare today. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to debate and all the rest, but I'm not going to vote. She in essence has an opportunity to abstain, something that is not available to any of the rest of us. There was a motion put forward which she said that she couldn't vote unless she was making part of quorum. That's one way to handle it. I would have rather seen the office of the mayor, because the mayor is the first amongst equals here. She has one vote just like the rest of us, but she is the mayor, or they are the mayor when they come forward, and they represent the chair of the mayor. And from my perspective, when the chair or the mayor comes forward, not only does she represent herself, she represents the role in which she serves. And so from my perspective, if we're going to make a determination on whether she does or whether she doesn't, then we err on the side of her casting her vote.
Okay. Okay, one more question. Would the mayor be, this is just hypothetical, I don't know if this, would the
I
mayor,
gotta tell you, this is so awkward. Everybody talking about me.
would the mayor be able to come to a meeting and sit in the audience and participate, and then she's not voting because she's not sitting at the table as part of the committee?
To me, if she's speaking, I don't care where she sits, she could be in the balcony.
Okay.
But if she enters into debate, and then she cannot take the hat of mayor off and
No.
participate in
Right.
the meeting.
That's my question. That's my question. I guess that was of Mr. LaFleur. She can't just show up to a committee meeting and sit as a citizen and say, I want to say this, I want to say that, to get around not having to vote, but being able to say her piece at a committee meeting. She cannot do that, correct?
That's correct. That was never contemplated, and that would be totally contrary to the MGA to think that could happen.
Okay, so my questions.
Okay, I am looking around, seeing no more questions. Councillor Hughes, do you have a question?
I sent you the amendment, just so you have the heads up, so.
You sent me an amendment?
Yep, just so you guys know that it's coming. Obviously, after he starts this thing. Okay.
Oh, so you're essentially proposing that anyone who shows up has to vote?
Oh. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just, if you want to make it friendly, Councillor Broadhead, I'd love it, but other than that, I'll just let him give you the heads up so that you know what's going on. That's it.
Well, I'm not sure it's friendly, because none of us that show up are ex officio.
Well, I'm saying that that would change it so that it would be, I guess, is the intention, is that anybody who shows up has a vote. But only 3 have to show up, but whoever does show up would have a vote. That's what the intention of the amendment is.
Okay, why don't I accept your motion, Councillor Broadhead?
Yeah.
Because you're saying it's not friendly. Okay.
So let's have 2 debates, because they're 2 different issues. One is around the mayor, the rest is around the rest of us.
Okay, I'm going to accept Councillor Broadhead's motion. And then I'll take Councillor Hughes's amendment. So do you want to read it so everybody can, from the public, can hear?
Second here. That the motion's amended to add "and any councillor" after the words "the mayor."
So it would read that to list the mayor and any councillor as a voting member of a committee if or he chooses to attend.
Yeah.
Okay.
In their ex officio capacity, that's important.
Okay.
Okay.
So do additional words need to be made, Mr. LaFar, so that it would be clear?
Well, yes, I think so. And I think that was the point that Councillor Broadhead was making. Since the rest of council is not ex officio members, adding that language really doesn't add anything to the status quo or to the motion.
How can I change the language so it does?
Well, I'm just trying to explore this with you to be sure I understand. If your intention is to change the status quo so that any member of council showing up effectively is a member of the committee. Basically, the committee consists of whoever shows up.
No, my intention is that the committee has 3 people that are expected to show up, or their counts, they're mandatory, we'll say. And then anyone else who does show up would also have a vote if they showed up.
Would be,
But there's 3 core.
okay, but do you mean be obliged to have a vote or would have the option to vote?
No, they would have to vote. If you show up, you vote.
Okay.
But 3 have to be there.
Okay.
Like yeah, that's the intention.
So we need to change the wording. And then I'll go to you, Councillor Watkins.
I'm just not sure what the wording is that you might suggest, Mr. Lafleur.
I think it's quite simple. I think that to capture the intent of your amendment, add the words that you suggested, but then remove the words in their ex officio capacity at the end.
Okay. Okay, so we can add any councillor afterwards the mayor and remove in the ex officio capacity at the end. Cheryl, can you do that without me sending you an email, or do you need me to send the email?
No, I'll take out in their ex officio capacity. I'll put that in there at the end.
Thank you.
Before I accept that, I saw Councillor Watkins put his hand up. Do you have a question?
Yeah, my question is, so does that mean if, does Councillor Hughes' motion mean that if I show up at CSAB, I have to vote and I'm a voting member now?
No, just the standing committees.
Just the community living committee.
We're just talking about just the 2 committees, the planning community service, the other one. Okay.
Yeah, just those 2.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. Any more questions? Somebody's in. All right, Councillor Hughes, I accept your amending motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. So when I look at this past year or so that we've been doing this, the biggest concern that I've had from the beginning is just that when people are there, you choose to attend the meeting, you don't get the opportunity to actually have a vote. So what I'm suggesting is that which I think would make tremendous amounts of difference, in my opinion, of how this works out, is you'd have the 3 core people, which wouldn't change. We'll split the 2 up, the 3 and 3 that have to be there. Those would be the core people. The other 4 people are optional, but when you do show up, you have the same voting privileges as the rest of the committee. And so if you choose not to go to that committee meeting, then you really are leaving it up to the rest of the council or committee members to make that decision. But if you go to the attention and the time to actually show up, that you're given the same level of respect as everybody else on council, which is that they have a vote. Which means that some votes might be 4, some might be 6 people there, but everybody there doesn't just debate and ask questions, but everybody there actually has a say in the final decision of what's being brought forward to council. And I think that if that were to pass, then having additional motions at council would be far reduced, because anybody who wanted to bring forward a motion to make amendments at the committee level would have that opportunity. Right now, you don't. So right now, if it comes to committee and you're not on that committee, you are at the mercy of that committee to make a decision about making an amendment, or you have to wait for it to come to council and then make motions after that fact. So I think this would make it a lot more efficient.
Sense to me.
And I would just think it'd also be just more fair. I mean, for people who do take the time to show up to both committees, I think that their vote should count just as much. But I'm still suggesting that the 3 core would still be expected to show up at the beginning, or for the morning or the afternoon sessions. There'd be 3 that would have to show up. The other 4 can show up if the meeting is of interest to them. So I really think that this is the weak point in the standing committee bylaws right now. And I know this is a long shot, but I really think that if this amendment were to pass, it would make a tremendous difference. It certainly would make a difference in the confidence that I'd have in the committee process. So that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else want to comment on this? Councillor Broadhead?
Just a question more than, and this I suspect is to Mr. Lafleur. Conceptually, I don't have any problem with this. What are the implications though for non-essential committee members, if that's the term we want to use, or mandatory members? So if I were to show up to the committee standards committee but only wanted to stay for one item, could I do that and then vote and then depart, recognizing that my attendance would be noted, but what are the legal implications of me walking in and walking out?
Okay, I didn't catch all of that. I was distracted by a call from our CIO here, but I think I got the gist of it. And the idea is that you're not allowed, when you're in council or a committee, you're not allowed to abstain from voting, right?
Right. So, but say there's only one particular issue. I am not an appointed counselor to a particular committee. I go to the other one and I come for that particular issue alone, or do I have to come for the entire meeting?
Okay.
Meaning that I come and I vote on the one and then I leave.
We could amend the committee bylaws to go either way. So really, I'm going to listen to the discussion here and listen to the vote, and whichever way you want to go. Either one of those is legally acceptable.
Okay. Okay. That's good to know.
Okay, I saw Councillor Hansen's hand, Councillor Jolly's hand, Councillor Watkins' hand. Go ahead, Councillor Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't be supporting this amendment because I think it undermines the integrity of why the committees were set up the way they were. I think committee members have ample opportunity to speak and bring up their points. All members do. The vote is down to the committee members. It then goes to council. If it needs further review, debate can happen there. So I think to have the inconsistency of sometimes 7, sometimes 6, sometimes 5, the mayor, I think, is very different than the rest of council and should always have an ex officio opportunity. But yeah, I think that I don't think that the committees, the standing committees, are weak at all. I think they're very strong, and I think that they are doing their job. So I can't support this amendment.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. As of right now, I'm probably going to support this motion, but I'm a little bit, I could be persuaded. I'm not concerned about, I attend most of the meetings that I'm not on the committee for. I've never felt like I wasn't respected, that my suggestions about amendments weren't heard. So that hasn't been my concern at all. But I think back to, and I'm going to be supporting Councillor Broadhead's motion for kind of the same reasons I'm talking about now. For those who take the time to show up, to be informed on a particular subject, it might be of value to have them vote at the committee stage, even if it means that, well, especially if it means that that item doesn't go forward to council as a recommendation of committee. I think to the pickleball situation that we discussed earlier today, if Mayor Herron had the ability to vote at that time, and if kind of, I'm not sure who else was sitting there at that time, but if other members that were sitting there at the time had the opportunity to say, no, this is not something we're interested in right now, we wouldn't have had to have that debate tonight, unless a member of council brought it forward as a council motion. So it does have value for those who are prepared and who show up. And I have no concerns about, you know, a member attending just for one particular area of interest. And that could bring value to those recommendations coming to council. You know, if we have 4 people who don't want something to go forward at the committee level, well, then we don't have to deal with it don't necessarily have to deal with it at the council level, which could reduce our workload. So I'm still open to everyone else's comments, but that's where I'm sitting right now. Thank you.
Councillor Watkins.
I'm not going to support the amendment because I think, as Councillor Hansen stated, it kind of undermined the committee process. We took council and we divided it into these 2 committees for a reason, and so we could kind of split the workload up of GPAG and get things flowing a little bit further and have more discussions. And I've gone to committees where I haven't had, the ones that I haven't sat on, and I haven't felt disrespected in either. I felt respected, and I think I can still influence what those members of the committee say or don't say by talking. If I have a good point, whether I'm a member of the committee or have a vote or not. And I've seen it happen at most of the committee meetings I've been at. The mayor's come or other people have come and they've influenced discussion or influenced things that we've done, and they haven't been a voting member of the committee. And the whole thing is that we still have a vote at council. This is not diminishing your vote at council. I can still vote at council. I still have a right to vote on things. I had something that didn't get supported by committee. Nobody supported it, and I still brought it to council. You still have a vote, and you still have an ear at council. This isn't taking away anybody's democratic right to have a vote or have a say. So I'm not really going to support it. I think it's also hard. It could end up as you could just say, if I just want to go to committee and try to influence it, I'll just go there and try to influence it and have a vote. And if I don't want to go, I don't want to go. You know, you can kind of like, I think it just allows more politics to be played with the committee structure too, when people show up and when people show up.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I wasn't going to chime in here because I was listening to all the conversations, and I want to go back to the question that Councillor Broadhead asked Ledge officers, because I mean I honestly thought I might support this, and then I'm thinking I might not support this. I guess that's the whole point of debate. The worry that I have, and whether I don't know how I'm going to do it. This is going to depend on closing, I guess. Is so if I show up as Councillor Watkins has identified and vote against something, and it ends up being 4-4, it's now defeated, and then I just walk out the door. And so it opens it up for, I'm just concerned in relation to some of the optics of it. And then if we all show up, then, well, we used to have Governance, Finance and Priorities Committee, so we might as well just call it that. So I'm just kind of wondering about some of the logistics in my head, and I just need to maybe have some of those answered, because I do worry about, you know, the mayor being there and maybe having it even. This was my concern with the initial motion, is you'll show up and you'll have to vote, and it could be tie vote. Now, if another member of council shows up, you know, it just could lead to a lot of real logistical and complex issues. And I take Councillor Watkins' point. We can always take this back to council and have and bring it forward at that particular point. So anyways, you can tell by my ramblings that I don't know which side I'm on right now.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in. It probably will bleed some of my comments into the original motion about whether the mayor should vote or not. But I honestly, well, first of all, I'm not supporting this motion. I think there's way too much emphasis put on a power of a vote at a committee. Committees are not decision-making bodies. They are recommending to council. So there is no decisions being made, and we need to stop saying that, because there's no decisions. I'm going to vote against it because I feel that what we have created in the two standing committees is a good balance, 3 and 3. Councillor Brown, I still don't know how I'm going to vote on the mayor's thing, but one of the things I love about the two standing committees is the fact that I've got 2 chairs that have been given a little bit of authority. I've got council that are making decisions without the mayor being involved, without that political imbalance. And so aside on how the mayor votes, I like the fact that it's equal and balanced on the 2 committees. I've sat in every one of them, and I've watched various members of council who are not on the committee come and attend and make comments and make suggestions. And that's what a standing committee is supposed to do. It's about vetting a decision before it goes to council. So I think the emphasis on who votes and who doesn't is just way overblown. And I don't want to introduce an imbalance, which if you had a certain member of council showing up to every committee, whether they're on it or not, that throws an imbalance in. It throws politics into this. And I just really think that we should keep it the way it is, because it's working. And as Councillor Hanson said, they're strong committees. And I like the fact that some members of council don't feel they need to attend, because they trust the rest of the other 3 to make those decisions. And if they wanted to, they could come and influence the conversation and the debate. But this is actually working so much better than it used to work. So I'm not going to support this amendment, and I might not even support Councillor Broadhead's motion, but for slightly different reasons. So Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you. I'm really not sure if any closing arguments are just going to fall on deaf ears, but I mean, the reality is we don't have a 3-member committee. We have at least 4, generally 5, often 6 people at both committees. So to think that we're doing a 3 and 3 is laughable. And yet the extra people who show up aren't treated the same. You're like, oh no, as if, yes, you can ask questions, but you have 6 people showing up to a 3-member committee. So if you actually trusted the decisions of that committee, you actually wouldn't need to show up at all, quite frankly. What this would allow is if you have an interest in something that's not on your committee and you want to be able to put forward alternate motions or amendments, it gives you the opportunity to do that. You don't have that opportunity now, and now it has to come to council. And then when, for example, I've had several issues that were not on my committee, and when it came forward to council, then I brought forward all these motions, and then I heard flack about, you know, I should have done this at the committee level when I wasn't on a committee to be able to do it at. So, you know, I have not attended any of them because I'm not a council member, a committee member. And I've also received flack for not attending every one of them. But the reality is that I'm not a committee member, and so I'm not attending them. You can say there's not a vetting. This is, the motions change depending on what happens to the committee. Things can go back to administration. Recommended motions get changed. It's so saying that, you know, this is just, it's all the decision having at council, it's not. And the other reality is that politics, we are in politics. This is a political body. To think that politics is not going to come make decisions in the political realm is laughable. So I really feel that if someone's going to take the time to show up, that they should have the right to have a vote. Simple as that. And I don't think that this is a strong committee structure. I do think the GPFC was much stronger, and the votes were going on unanimous consent without having been pulled off afterwards, and it was much easier. But I realize that it's probably just a Hail Mary, but I honestly believe that doing this would make it a huge difference. And what I would ask council is, you know, what if you just tried it for a couple of months, and if you didn't like it, you can always change it back in a couple of months again for the rest of the term. And so if you tried it for, let's say, May, June, August, and you didn't like it, you could always change it back in September. There's nothing saying that you have to be set in stone. But I was hopeful that council would have an open mind to just seeing if something else might also work in a tweaking of it before you come forward, and then you can decide which method works better for you when it comes forward in a month or two after that. So with that, that's it.
Call for the vote. All those in favor? Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Hughes in favor. All those against? Heron, Hanson, Mackay, Watkins, and Jolly. All right, back to the original motion, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Wesley.
Any opening comments?
Sorry, it's just didn't want to get interrupted by the phone here.
Just so you know, council, it's 5. Normally we take a dinner break at 4:30 when we start at 2. So when this motion is done, we're done the public portion. Well, except for information, and then I'll call a half-hour separate break. Okay, go ahead, Wes. Sorry about that.
Nope, that's fine. So the original intent was just to actually to try and support the office of the mayor. When the mayor chooses to show up in her ex officio capacity, then then she votes, because she brings the office of the mayor with her, and or with them when they come. And I just don't think that we ever want to diminish the office of the mayor. And so given that the original sort of this idea of I'm going to declare whether I'm on or whether I'm off, to me, there shouldn't be a declaration made. If you show up, you're going to vote. That's my opinion.
Anyone else want to weigh in? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm torn, Councillor Broadhead, because this is never the intention I wanted, but the reality is that the mayor has voted every time she's there. She can either say she's, I'm declining to vote, but essentially it becomes a no vote, or she can vote. So, but doing nothing is also doing something. So she shows up and she doesn't say she's going to vote that day. She just basically saying all of her votes are no's, right? And that's basically what it is she doesn't have to vote, but she's still going to be, you can't say you're not doing anything by saying you're not showing up. You're still just saying no to everything. That's basically what you're doing. So the problem I have is I don't think that one person should have greater strength in making decisions at this level. And while Councillor Hanson may have forgotten what she said, I definitely went back and watched tape, and it was very clear, very clearly stated that the intention was the mayor would only be voting when there was no quorum. And then for whatever reason, Legislative Services did not translate that to paper. But it was very clearly stated that the mayor was not supposed to be voting unless there was quorum. And now we're having where but de facto, she is voting every single time. So I'm leaning towards just saying yes, because you might as well call a spade here, that she is a voting member with every time she shows up. She says sometimes she actually just says it out loud or not, but she is a voting member. But it's just unfortunate that we're actually deciding that one person should have more of a say in what happens in our community than the others. Because I kept always hearing the mayors before say, I'm just one vote, I'm just one vote. But now she's 2 votes because she is on 2 committees with voting and she's the only one who has that privilege. That's it.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we did talk about quorum when we were formulating all of this and whether that would be, I know we did talk about quorum and whether that would be the role of the mayor. It didn't translate to that with the bylaws. And so Councillor Broadhead has brought forward this motion. Whether it's quorum or whether it's the mayor showing up and having a vote, what's important to me is to remove the ambiguity of the mayor showing up at a committee meeting saying one day I'm a voting member or declaring I'm a voting member and another committee saying I'm not going to be a voting member. And I don't like that inconsistency. So I like the fact that if the mayor shows up in her ex officio capacity, which is not unusual capacity, this is what happens with board chairs, mayors, people who chair meetings, that's the ex officio capacity that they have. So I don't mind this motion at all. I just didn't like the fact that there was a declaration that could change from committee meeting to committee meeting, which is what we have currently. So I think this is a good motion because it ties it up in a bow. The role is clear. The mayor shows up. She participates as a voting member. And what I really have to say is that the mayor does show up and takes a real interest in what is going on at the committee level. And so I appreciate that. So I will be supporting this motion.
Anyone else? I'm seeing no one else. Councillor Broadhead, I wish I could abstain from voting on this myself. It seems self-serving one way or the other. I tell you, when we were structuring these 2 bylaws, I talked to mayors that have standing committees. When most of the mid-sized cities do have these type of standing committees, and they all highly recommended that I have a vote on every one of the committees. But for a couple of reasons, I stood away from that and didn't want to push it. One of them is I didn't want to have more than one vote. I just wanted to be any greater member of council and let the 3 members on the committee have the run of that meeting. Anyway, I will accept whatever this council decides for me. I will continue to show up. I feel like it's kind of my duty as mayor to keep my finger on the pulse of both of the committees and see what they're doing. When I say I'm not voting, it's not a no vote. I'm generally in favor of everything that committees have done. So I'll let you close and I will begrudgingly support you one way or the other. Oh, you're muted.
I appreciate that. It's been an interesting debate, quite honestly, around the whole issue around voting at committee. Fundamentally, I believe that the mayor gets voted in separately. You stand for your vision for the community as a whole. Not that the rest of us don't, but you're the mayor. And with that comes rights and privileges, but also responsibilities. Your responsibility to lead, your responsibility to speak on behalf of the community. And so when you come to a committee member, it's my belief that you bring that with you. And as a result, you should vote. That's my opinion. And that's my closing comment.
Call for the vote. All those in favor? That's Hanson, Watkins, Hughes, Broadhead. I'll support it. Karen, Jolly, and Councillor Mackay is a negative against. All right, passes by majority. Okay, as I said, so Councillor Hughes' motion on standing committees is moved to May 4th. Is there any information request, notice of motions, or announcements? Seeing nothing. Is Jason still there?
I am here.
Jason, can you just walk council through how we're going to transition over to the Teams meeting, but keep Zoom open, because the very first in-camera topic could potentially have a public motion. So do you want to tell us what we need to do?
So basically what will happen is I think Tamara will put all you guys back into the waiting room of Zoom, which will remove you from the meeting, but you'll still be connected to it.
Okay, so we don't actually click leave meeting.
No, don't
Okay.
click leave meeting. So we'll push you back into the waiting room.
Okay.
And then presumably you all have the Teams invite in your email.
Mhm.
So you can just click that and click join, and you'll be able to proceed with your in-camera session from that point.
And so then when we're in camera, do we just collapse that window to go back to Zoom?
So what you'll need to do, because you're going to have your camera and your audio running in Teams,
Mhm.
you'll want to disconnect from Teams. Like you can join and disconnect as many times as you want just by clicking that link.
Okay.
So just like hang up from that Teams call.
Okay.
And that will disconnect your camera, disconnect your audio, and then Tamara will bring you back into the Zoom meeting, and everything should still work. I'll be around, so
Okay.
if need be, I can help you guys out. But
And I'm texting Cheryl if we want to come back to Zoom. Is that who I'm texting, or you? I have both of you in my phone.
well, let's go with Cheryl, and then they can get in touch with me if need be.
Okay. All right. So it is 5:07, council. Let's meet back on the Teams platform at 5:40. Sound good? All right. Enjoy your dinner.
Do we need a motion or anything to adjourn?
Are you going in camera, Mayor?
So we're not supposed to log out of here. We're just supposed to.
Yeah, I know, but the mayor just walked out. If we're going into camera, don't we need an in-camera meeting?
Yes, we do. Yes.
All right, the mayor just walked out. The mayor just walked out. Get her back. She's
Oh, we
yelling
were
at her.
breaking for lunch.
Yeah, but are we breaking for lunch and then coming? But she wanted us to go back into Teams, but we need to be in camera to go back into Teams.
Fair enough.
I'm just
So,
calling her. Hopefully she'll pick up.
Yeah. Get back there. Hey, we got Kathy. Kathy. She's obviously disconnected.
We're still on because you have to come back and we have to go in camera.
Motion.
I said enjoy your dinner, everyone. Thanks, Jackie. Okay. I thought we would do that after, but you're right. If we're going to go straight to Teams, let's make the motion public to go in camera. Sorry, guys. All right, who wants to make a motion to go in camera?
I'll make a motion to go on camera.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Watkins. Go ahead.
I make a motion that we go on camera. As per.
Well, you have to read the one that's at the.
It's
I can read it. I can read it.
Okay, go ahead. I don't have the page open.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
I'll read it here. That council move in camera to discuss a matter pursuant to section 16(1), 21(1)(b), 23(1)(a), and 25(1)(c)(3) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay.
How come you didn't know that, Ray?
Sorry, I had memorized that earlier, but I'd forgotten.
All right, all those in favor? That's unanimous. You're now on camera, so you can't talk to your spouses over dinner.
That's okay. She doesn't want to talk to me, so that's fine. All right.
Sorry, guys. Thanks, Jackie.
We don't exit this meeting, right?
I got to say that worked pretty damn good.
Yeah, it was quick.
Look at us all. We're so smart.
No, we're not.
We should have had like a last one in, gets a rotten egg or something. Is it Ray? Where's Sheena?
You got a couple rotten eggs hanging around your fridge or something, Kat?
Probably.
You just want to get rid of her.
I got eggs that are due April 23rd, but
Rotten egg. That's an old time expression. Nobody says that anymore. Get rid of the rotten eggs.
I got rotten eggs.
That was the old days when people had rotten stuff. They used to keep it past rotten. Now you
Jason wants to know when you can let.
Yeah, I'm
let
just
me
saying we're
know
waiting
when
for
you're ready.
Sheena.
She's there.
It's just like rotten eggs. You don't see broken glass anymore. When I was a kid, you always had to worry about stepping on broken glass.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
it was like,
you.
don't step on any broken glass. Now you don't see broken glass anymore.
Yeah,
It's
but
plastic bottle.
you lived across the river from Detroit.
I lived in a rough part of town, Ken. There was broken glass everywhere.
All right,
Yeah.
Jason, bring us back into the live stream. Thank you. Are we live?
Yes, you are.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to look to you, Councillor Watkins. Oh, Cheryl, I sent you a picture of the motion we're making. Did you see that?
Yes, I have it.
Just put it
Thanks.
in the chat again, the motion, the wording of the motion again.
Just go in your chat.
You need to, just a reminder, you need to do a motion for out to come
Oh,
out.
right. So while we're waiting for Cheryl to type up my fuzzy picture, can I have a member of council? Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Out of camera motion. All those in favor? That is unanimous. And we're going to look to Councillor Watkins. So go to the chat. Cheryl,
Yeah.
can you put it in the chat?
Don't accidentally share your screen at this time.
Why is that?
It shares your screen.
What's on your screen that you don't
What's
want
on your
people to
screen,
see?
Ken? My day timer.
You know, well, you almost saw.
And the whole world almost saw Ken.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching.
Thousands of people on YouTube.
Probably.
Jason, how many?
Currently have 4 people watching.
Oh, jeez, I thought there was only 2.
And one of them is me.
The other probably are the 3 guys, the Muppets.
One's probably Rayanne. Okay, there you go,
You guys
Ray.
did peak out at 65 at some point during the meeting. But
Wow. Cool.
Okay, that the city of St. Albert execute a non-binding memorandum of understanding and Sturgeon County, or it should be with Sturgeon County?
Yes.
With Sturgeon County, that the city of St. Albert execute a non-binding memorandum of understanding with Sturgeon County and contribute a maximum of $10,000 to be allocated from the stabilization reserve to commission a consultant's report to identify investment opportunities for the Villeneuve Airport.
Excellent. We need to have a 0 at that 10,000 too, Cheryl. But okay, Ray.
Kind of like the $10.
Yeah. Accept your motion, Ray. Any
Yeah, I
closing
just think
thoughts?
that $10,000 is a small price to be at, to have a seat at the table, to potentially have a really valuable be part of a potentially valuable investment here, opportunity, and an economic development opportunity here. And like I say, just have $10,000 to sit at the table at this early stage, I think will prove invaluable. And there is a lot of potential, I believe, with the Villeneuve Airport. And Madam Mayor, I always remember her telling the story about missing out on the opportunity to be a part of Edmonton International Airport. And I think for $10,000, we don't want to miss out on this opportunity.
Comments? Anyone else? See no more debate arguments. I will call for the vote. All those in favor? So that's a unanimous to get into the Villeneuve Network landing. Perfect. Okay. Anything else on this topic, Mr. Scoble?
Nope.
Okay. Can I have a motion to go back into camera? Councillor Mackay.
Council move in camera to discuss the matter pursuant to section 24(1)(a) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Cheryl and Jason, I don't think we'll be coming back to Zoom at all, so you can probably just close out this meeting.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, see you. Thanks for your help, guys.
Bye, thanks.
Do we need to leave this meeting?
Yeah.
And then we have to re-sign in.
And then go back to Teams. Okay.
Yeah.